Okay, so we are all live. Ronan, that's a pleasure, really a pleasure to meet you back at MatomoCamp. I know that you have been here for a while, since probably 2021. And I think I already talked too much. It's currently 10 a.m., so I leave you the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Ronan, hello.
Hi, and welcome everyone in this room. So for this conference, we are talking about real AI usage with MCP and Matomo. So we are just giving real hints, real insights, and real movements you can do. First of all, I will introduce myself. So my name is Ronan Hello. I'm actually a Matomo partner, an individual consultant at OpenMost, and also a web developer. I'm an active member of the Matomo community. I'm developing some plugins that you might have used, like ChatGPT or Mistral AI, the Tag Manager Extended, Weather Report, KPI Widget, and many others. I'm also developing some teams, like the dark teams, Google Teams, and building some third-party toolings and a French documentation on my personal website. For this conference, we'll have just a tiny introduction about AI journey, what's the MCP protocol and how to use them, and what are the Matomo use cases. This basically is the main section of this talk, and it will be about live demos. And then we'll have some question and answer. So first, let's start with AI timeline. So in November 2022, there is the ChatGPT released, and globally, you have a wow effect, and everybody is going to be an expert AI on LinkedIn. So everybody is making some AI featured post on LinkedIn. That was the word part. AI was cool for your grandma. It was cool for some tiny task, but you can't do that much with AI. In November 2024, the MCP tech is available, released by Anthropic, which is the company behind Claude AI, and almost no one cares. So that was the revolution, but nobody cares, or it was not that popular. But starting May this year, the MCP was released for everyone. So the interest is growing, and most of the tech companies have built their own MCP server during the month of May, June, and July this year. And now every company wants its own. And starting May, AI is going to take your job. Just joking. And for the last months, OpenAI released apps. Apps is just the front-end part of the MCP protocol. Just MCP is how you interact with other solutions and get raw data. And OpenAI apps is how you format those raw data into a fancy UI to present or interact with this data. Today, we are just talking about this part because this is open source, and OpenAI apps is not a standard open for yet. So let's talk about MCP schema. So first, you are, as a human, interacting with your favorite AI. So here is ChatGPT, but for the demo, I will use the Claude AI because I have a Claude license. So you talk with natural language to your LLM, and then this LLM understand that you're asking for an action, for a request. And then it looks at the MCP server he is plugged into. So you have to plug your LLM to the Matomo MCP server. And then the LLM format the request in a JSON format for the MCP server. The MCP server collects the JSON format and transform the data into an XHR request. XHR stands for the AJAX request, asynchronous request. Then the MCP server is able to fetch data or interact with Matomo using the regular Matomo API. So everything that you can do using the regular Matomo API is possible to implement using MCP server. So you can now do all of those actions using your favorite LLMs. And then Matomo responds back with the JSON data to your MCP server that throws the response to your favorite AI, which is transforming the JSON payloads, the data, into a fancy text, or if you are using ChatGPT, a fancy UI using the app's UI. So if you want to be clearer, your AI assistant without MCP is just giving, you ask for some KPIs from your Matomo for your personal websites. It just leads you to how you can get this information by your own, by connecting to your Matomo instance, looking for some specific metrics on certain pages. When you have an MCP plugged into your LLMs with the same prompt, it will fetch the data for you and show you the actual data right into the UI. So it's a complete different way of working. Instead of getting hints, you get the real data. Those are the real data coming from my database. This is no imagination from the LLMs, it's the real data. So who got an MCP for the moment? Obviously, Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager get their own. So if you are also a user of any other solutions, then you can do whatever we are going to do in this meeting. You can do the same with other tools. There are a connection for Postdoc, for Piwik Pro, for Piano. For Matomo, it's orange because it's a community MCP server support. There is no official MCP server for the moment, but I've built my own, so it works perfectly with Matomo. And Alliant don't have yet for the moment. So I think it's time for a demo, because a live demo is better than a support or PowerPoint. So let's see how we can interact with everything. So here, I have my Claude Desktop AI software. And if we are looking at this tiny icon here, I can see all the MCP server that I've plugged into. So I'm using Notion, so I just turn it off for the moment to avoid data leaks. But I just need to go on the web. I need to interact with my Chrome instance, and I need to interact with my Matomo server. So if I click on it, here are all the Matomo endpoints that are registered into the Matomo MCP server. So as you can see, we can interact with all the endpoints that are provided by the Matomo documentation. So let's see. I can ask in natural language, list me all websites registered in Matomo. So we will start looking for, oh, okay, there is the Matomo keyword. So did I have a tool which is called Matomo or something like that? Yes, I have it. So now let's see if in this Matomo MCP server, I have a tool that can help me fetching the websites. So yes, he get it. So he starts the new tool, which is called Matomo Site Manager. And as you can see here, he prepared the request. He sent this request to my Matomo MCP server. The MCP server perform the API request, send back the response, which is here, to my Cloud Assistant, and Cloud read those data and format the data into a fancy text with some markdown tables yet. So those are real data. Okay, let's add a new website for MatomoCamp 2025. Go to the internet to get real website data. So I want him to fetch the real URL and other templates and contents that are available on the websites. So first of all, he goes to the web, looking for MatomoCamp websites. During the fetch, I will just show you my Matomo instance. This is a demo instance, not my real production. And I have the two websites he just listed before. Now, as you can see, so it's starting talking in French because I'm French people, and even if I talk in English, you know that I'm French, so we switch back to French speaking. So I will change it for the next prompt. But here, as you can see, it just fetch the, it send a new website. So starting with matomocamp.org, it add a new website in Matomo. And as you can see here, the website has been created successfully. So let's see for details. So now it just get back the list of websites for ID type 3. And here is the details for the websites. Let's refresh this Matomo instance and see now we have the MatomoCamp 2025. So the data, the website is empty of data for a moment. So let's see if we can tweak this. So now I just say, always speak French for this session. English for this session. And add fake visits, like 5 fake visits, using various device and URLs. So I'm just sending fake data in order to hide this. So I know I can hide it using this link, but I want it to send fake data into my Matomo instance. So now he's using the Matomo measurement protocol. measurement protocol is the HTTP API that helps you send data directly into your Matomo database. So let's see. Got it. Let me send 5 fake visits to MatomoCamp 2025. So here, call for speaker as the title of the page. And we'll see. Here we have all the process with all the queries that he just did. So done, he successfully sent 5 fake visits. So here are the visits, but let's see if we can see something in visitors, visit logs for the date of today. So yes, we've got those 5 visits. So it just did visit with one single action, but it obviously can send events, URLs, forms, and whatever you want. But I think this is not the best feature you want. This is just to provide some fake data. So now I'm just asking for some reports. As we do not get that much data, I will ask reports for my personal website, which is ronan-hello.fr. So let's act with website 1. Can you get my KPI for month November 2025? So KPI is pretty generic. So I want it to do many queries. So here first it goes to the visit summary. Okay, got that. Add actions and events to, and maybe referrer. So we will perform many actions because events, actions, and referrer are different endpoints in the Matomo API. So we'll be able to perform different API calls. So as you can see, start by making an API calls for the actions, for the months, the actual months. You continue with the event categories, continue with the referrer types, and the search engine specificity. And now we've got all the data. Action summary, the event summary, and the referrer channel. So this is only fetching data from actual reports. But let's see. For this website, I do not have any segments. So let's act. Go to the website and create useful segments in Matomo for site 1. It's not mandatory to specify site ID. So we know that we are talking about ronan-hello.fr. So we actually know that it's website 1. So you don't see, but it started this Chrome instance. As you can see here, Chrome is controlled by an external software which is automatized. Sorry. So here is my website, and actually Claude is controlling this browser. I can see it's a French educational platform offering free software, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And now it's going to look at new segments. Basically creating 1 segment, 2 segments, 3 segments. We maybe can start to look at all of them. So here are all the segments that have been created. So let's see if it's real segments or not. Leads generated. Here we are looking for event category, which is user engagement, and event action, which is generate lead. I have these events, action, and category in my behavior events report, so it works. Let's see for privacy conscious denied cookie denied. I have an event category, which is CMP, and an event action, which is denied cookies. That's true, so it works also. Okay. So now I'm just letting him stop because as you can see, it's going to create many segments and I don't want them. You can ask this MCP server to perform an audit of the configuration. Okay. So let's run an configuration audit. Give me top 5 improvements for my Matomo instance. So I can ask for, is my Matomo instance well configured, or can you run an audit of the website, and what are the key things am I able to change to improve or increase my visits into my Matomo instance, into my Matomo website? So first of all, is starting to look at goals and custom dimensions, etc. So during the thinking, I'm going to show you a new feature which is in this Matomo server. So here you can go to Matomo here, this button, and now we've got a list of pre-built prompt. So if you don't know how to ask or what to ask to your Matomo MCP server, then we've built many prompts here. So if you want to get a site search analysis, if you want a page flow analysis, if you want landing page optimization, etc., you've got the pre-built prompt here. And if you don't know how it works, then you can ask for something like, I don't know, user behavior analysis. So you can send your site ID if needed, a specific period or a specific segment filter. And if we add the invite, then it just provides a prompt which is available right here. So it's just pre-built prompt for your Matomo instance. So let's see. So it continue here in 22 steps. So as you can see, many API calls, like it check all the entities available in my Matomo instance, even the A/B testing, which I never use. But as you can see, session recording, form analytics, custom alerts, segments, custom reports, site manager, and here is the audit. Okay, so I have the goals. I do not have heat maps and session recording due to GDPR. I do not use A/B testing because I don't want to use them. And here are many things. So there are many alerts, but they never send me emails because I just cut the email sending. But it just say me, hey, you've got alerts in your Matomo instance, but you never receive the email. But I know it. That's true. And as you can see, I can add a registration funnel, like somebody viewing an episode, clicking on a CTA on my webpage, then visits the register page and actually sign up. So this will be the default pattern for a funnel for registered people. So there are many insights. Obviously, you can pre-prompt something in order to get better insights, to get more deep details, or to get a Word document or PowerPoint document if you prefer. So you can tweak whatever you want. The thing is that Cloud have access to real data and real configuration right into your Matomo instance. So let's see the tag manager container configuration and tags list. Because it got access to your tag manager, you can review your tag manager. And if you already build a CSV file or an Excel sheet with your tracking plan, then you can upload your tracking plan right into your Cloud AI assistant. And you can check if the Matomo tag manager configuration is actually working or complete regarding your document. And if it's not complete, then you can fix things. If you want to start from zero, then you can use your document as a boilerplate and start building the whole tag manager configuration, like creating the new tags, creating variables, and then merging tags variables within a tag, and then publishing a new version of your tag manager. So here, what's Cloud doing is just compacting the data because we've talked a lot, and you've got not infinite memory, so it's just compacting the previous conversation. It will take a few seconds left. But you can interact with whatever you want in your tag manager. So as you can see here, he looked at my container ID, then he looked at the container version, and he asked for the tag manager to get all the tags lists. And when getting all the tags list, it will get an overview of the tag configuration, but then it can perform another request, which will allow you to get access to the container triggers. So this might take some time because the Tag Manager API is quite heavy as payload requests. Yeah, so got everything, perfect. So here's my container overview. Okay, so it started in March 2020. Last updates was a long time ago. Here are the different features. And as you can see, I have 23 tags within. So here are all the tags with all the configuration. So I only have event category and action. It didn't show me the event name, but I got obviously an event name, so I can maybe ask to show it. And I have some tags that are paused, which are the view tag because they are interacting with the bounce rate. So I just cut them. And here are all the improvements I can do. So you go back in French, but here you just say that, hey, you have some tags that you can improve and many other things. I think the demo is pretty complete. If you have any special request, then you can ask in the chat, and I will do if you want to. And I think that we can start the question session if needed. So I will ask you guys, do you have any question?
Okay. Thank you very much, Ronan, for your presentation. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do have some question in the chat. Can you hear me properly, Ronan?
Yes, of course, I hear you.
Okay. So we got a question from Diogo, who is asking, where can I get more information on how to create a free MCP server for my Matomo instance?
Yeah, so if you want to build your own MCP server, then you can, the best way is to get Claude, because Claude have skills, and skills are, so I'm looking for skills in Claude. So if you go to parameters here, then Claude, which is developed by Anthropic, got the skills capacity here. So it's skills. So you can ask Claude to build an MCP server. So that was not available when I built my own, but now it's available. So you get a guide for creating high-quality MCP server that enables LLMs to interact with internal services. So if you get Claude, then you can say, Claude, hey, those are the information I need you to interact with, and then it will build the MCP server that match your requirements. So I think Claude is the best way to start building your MCP server. And if you do not know where to start, then you have MCP protocols websites, which is the official website for MCP protocol, so MC protocol. And it explains everything on how it works and how you can start building your own MCP server.
Wow, that was super helpful. Ronan, just to react to what you just said, so I know that the feature is brand new and that you didn't have the chance to test it, but when it comes to the MCP builder, do you think that could be used as well to build a tool in order to interact with other AI MCP like OpenAI or Mistral, or can we use the MCP builder?
So if we start using MCP Builder for Claude AI, it will be a generic MCP because the Claude vision of MCP is the most generic vision. And all the other LLMs sticks to that specification. So if you build your MCP using Claude, it should be compatible with all other LLMs. But if you want to publish your MCP to the official OpenAI marketplace or something else, then you have to make some adjustments, but by default, it will work.
Wow, that was unexpected. One next question will be more like, is it possible, according to you, to ask to do the MCP builder to create a plugin for Matomo so that MCP plugin could be created for Matomo and that we could index it on the Matomo's marketplace?
Yes, it could be interesting, but not using Claude directly, but using Claude Code, which is this interaction here. So you can switch to Claude Code, which help you to develop things. So yes, I think it will be possible.
Okay. We got another question from Diogo. The question is the following one. By using OpenAI, aren't we sending our data to an external service?
Yes, that's true. So that's why I only show my demo on my personal instance, which is a demo instance. But if you use MCP server, then you have to legally ask your customers if you are able to send them data to your AI assistants. Or you can install locally your assistants and plug and hook into your local MCP server, so you stick into a local environment. But yes, of course, you have to ask your customer in order to send them data to AI.
Okay. Thank you. So as you know, we have a big audience. How can this audience benefit from the technology, the tool that you just show us today? What would be the next action, let's say, if I was an end user of Matomo and that I would like to use the tool that you just introduced us?
Yeah, so you can type in Matomo MCP server on Google and get to the OpenMost website. And if needed, you can request for a free demo, free token, so you can start interacting with your Matomo MCP server for free for 4 days.
Okay, so it means
So no
that it's more like so You are, let's say, in regards to Matomo, you are a third-party company. You are also a Matomo partner. It means that it's a paid service that you will offer on the long term, but before that, you allow any end user to test it for free in order for them to see the possibilities and see if afterwards this tool, those possibilities can be,
Yes,
let's say,
exactly. So you have like free tier or free like 1 week demo access on your own without having to pay something. So no problem. I already sent many tokens for many companies that want to test the MCP server. So no problem. Yes.
Okay, because I don't know if you had the chance to talk about it, but in order to use the MCP, you have to pay cloud for that, correct?
Yes. It depends on the LLM you are using. But for cloud, it's starting with the Pro plan. So here I'm using the Max, but if you are just using the Pro plan, it will start. So it works starting $20 per month. And depending on different AIs, it will be in different plans. So generically or basically, it will be available on all AI starting $20 per month. But you have first to get a Pro or a paid plan for your LLM.
Okay. We have a question from Denis in the chat saying that we don't want data going to SRS or outside. Any idea of a solution?
Yes. So if you are using like Mistral AI or any other AI that can interact with MCP on a local environment, then you can run everything on premise. So here, so I won't show you my configuration completely because there are like my environment variables such as my API key, etc. There. But if I go to extension or connectors, then I've got an access, and you will see that my MCP server is local on my computer. So it can run locally using STDIO protocol. And if needed, you can host your MCP server, and then it will run remotely using the HTTP protocol. So there are many ways of handling the situation. And so the MCP is just a bridge between your LLM and any API, but you can run everything locally if needed. That's not the major use case, but it's totally fine and you can do it.
Okay. Thank you, Ronan. So we got another question from Diogo. If we use Google Cloud as our server, can we use the MCPs without sharing metrics with other companies?
What kind of other companies? So the MCP is just like a bridge, I just said. So it will be shared just between your Matomo server and your LLM. So if your LLM is like Gemini, if you are using Google Cloud, then it will be shared between the Matomo database, the Node or Python MCP server, and then to your LLM, which could be locally in your personal instance in Google Cloud or the generic Gemini, and then sends back the response to your Python or Node MCP server, and then throw back the data. So I don't think that there is other company than your AI provider and your Matomo provider.
So to say Google in our case, right?
Yep.
Okay. I have another question for you, Ronan. What are the potential next feature that you would like to implement within your MCP technology?
There are two different features I would like to have. The first one is to get OAuth, which is a protocol that allows you to use the MCP wherever you want, even on your phone or on whatever you want, because it's plugged into your AI account directly. So yet it's hooked into your AI software, but not AI account. This will be the first major changes. And the next one is to get the OpenAI apps. So instead of getting those quite ugly response in Markdown, we will have like fancy React components that will be very, very useful to visualize the data, like fancy charts, interactive charts, and whatever you want, but using React and something fancy.
Okay. I'm currently looking at the chat in order to see if there's additional questions. Currently, there are not any, but let's wait a couple of minutes. As a partner, I would say, what are you seeing on the market when it comes to AI needs from your clients? What are they asking you the most?
Depending on the customer size, there are very various requirements. For tiny company or company with no data engineering team, they just request to get an easy access of data insights, like a fancy button that you can click on a report to get summarized report or some accessible data analysis, which was the reason why I built the ChatGPT and Mistral AI plugin. And for most advanced company, it will be more about big data. But when you are running big data, you generally get out data of Matomo database to send them into a Power BI or other BigQuery big data engine. And regardless to Matomo, it's more for agency to automate some tasks like running audits, answering the configuration is running well, or getting an overview for huge instances. So yet I have a tiny instance for the demo, but I already run it on instances that have up to 60 websites and bunch of custom events, bunch of custom reports for all of them. And it helps you getting an overview of the whole configuration and fixing things. One real use case that have been a real benefit is for an e-commerce customer that have up to 10 or 15 websites, and all the websites are for different countries, but he didn't know that he have to adapt the time zone for each country. So all the websites were defined as a time zone for Paris, and the AI instantly saw that there are various websites for different countries, but the time zone is stick to Paris. So it just adapt the time zone in few seconds. And I'd never seen the problem before the AI say, hey, there is a problem for the time zone.
Okay. We still have a bit of time left. It's currently 10:30. I would like to know, as you are the famous developer behind the ChatGPT plugin and the Mistral AI plugin for Matomo, and as I know that you recently update them, do you think it would be appropriate to give us kind of a quick demo of the last updates which you made on those plugins, or would you like to have it in a separate conference for next year?
So I have to. So it's yet installed, but I always hide them when I'm sharing my screen in order to get the most standard Matomo instance. But of course, yes, it's possible for me to show you. So just activating those plugins. So yes, I've made major updates for those plugins, but we are still stuck into plugins doesn't have access to MCP. So if you are using those plugins directly from generic chat here, you will just have access to documentation about Matomo and good practice and everything that requires a question, regardless you have having access to the data. So this is like pretty generic chat. But the major improvement is that now we are supporting all the different kind of reports. So if you are actually a plugin user of ChatGPT or Mistral AI, as you can see here, we've just updated the Picto, so you can choose the AI you want to use. And then you can hit this button and get an overview of the data that are provided to generate this report. So as you can see here, you get an access. So it's just sending dummy data, but to the real data, but dummy response. But you can start interacting with them here and continue talking about those data sets. And another major improvement is that we are now supporting custom reports, customing media, forms, goals, funnels, and every kind of reports that wasn't supported before. Even if we go into custom reports, if we go there, so as you can see, there are my hits, top countries, etc. Those are custom reports, but we can have data for those custom reports. So here, that was pretty difficult to implement because these are custom reports, so using different endpoints, and these are evolution custom report, which is again a subdivision of a subdivision of the API, but yet it's fully working for everything, so don't hesitate. And if you go into your general settings now, you have an access to stream the data, which wasn't possible yet, but now it's fixed. If you go to ChatGPT, and then you can switch to your personal instance, so by changing the host. If you do that, then the model list here will be updated with your personal models, not sticky model like this. And we have added a new checkbox which enables streaming. Enable streaming, reduce the response time. So if we go to ChatGPT, you can say, hey, and as you can see now, it's just waiting for a response, but it's going to stream the response directly, so we don't have a long waiting time in order to interact with our AI assistant, which is able to answer all of your Matomo generic question, but do not get access to your data. If you want to get access to your data, then you have to go back to your Matomo MCP configuration. And that for now, which is not hooked into your online AI account, but in a future release, when I will implement OAuth security, then here you will have access to your real data. And that will be the end of everything, because we've got the ChatGPT plugins or Mistral plugin that will have access to your database in real time, and will have a quick access to your insight, regardless of the reports you want insights for.
Wow, that's really super impressive. Ronan, thank you so much for sharing. We got a question in the chat about where can we get those plugins. They are all available directly on plugins.matomo.org. So I maybe have to stress it out. But yes,
So all plugins are available right on the marketplace for free. So I've built many plugins for the Matomo community here. So don't hesitate to install them and test them. And if you want them, then it's same. So you have the OpenMOS theme, the Dark theme, and the Google theme I've built. And if you want the whole product suite, then you can go to the OpenMOS website, then to the product tab. And as you can see here, there is a full list of everything I've built. So here are the free plugins with explanations, the tools that help you managing your campaigns, managing your HTTP API or the regular API, the themes and connectors for many solutions, such as the LLM for MCP, a BigQuery importer, WordPress data layer, the Matomo Sidekit plugin, which allow you to implement for easily your Matomo on-premise or cloud instance. So you can go there to WordPress Sidekit, and then you have a fancy dashboard with all the data of your WordPress websites. And if you go to settings, then you can have access to your general account tracking. You can choose between the tag manager or the classic, and depending on the choice you made, you've got access to different options. And for the privacy, then you can select how to implement your opt-out script. I won't click on dashboard because it's the place where I can, so it's hidden. But on dashboard, then you can set your token out, test your Matomo connection, being up to date. And once you've set your token, then the dashboard will be shown. And if you go to pages or any custom post type, then if you go to your home page, and if you scroll down, you will have access to a tiny report, which is built just for this specific page. So these are the statistics for my home page in real time. So this plugin is very helpful if you are using Matomo. And there is a connector for Next and template tags for Google Tag Manager.
Thank you, Ronan. I'm looking at the chat. I just have one last question. You said something very interesting when you talked about the ChatGPT plugin and Mistral AI plugin, when you said that there is no MCP yet. What will it cost, or how much time, or how much energy, or is it possible, or would it be possible to have within the two plugins that you show us, so ChatGPT and Mistral AI, an integration with the MCP so that we could really have this user interface when we ask questions to ChatGPT or Mistral AI and directly discuss with the MCP?
Yes, so the update, in order to make ChatGPT or Mistral AI have an access to MCP server, the update won't belong to the plugins. So I don't have to make changes to the ChatGPT or Mistral AI plugins. I have to make changes into the Matomo MCP server configuration. So I need to move this MCP server to the cloud version using OAuth security authentication. And once this is done, then your OpenMost MCP server or any other community MCP server will be available at your ChatGPT account or Mistral AI account. So when you just hit or enter your API key in the general administration, then the feature will be available right in this chat because it's already connected at your account level. But this is not the concern of those plugins. It's the concern of the MCP plugin. And it will be available regardless you are using the cloud or the on-premise. But those UI are only available for on-premise as they are plugins.
So if I understood well, what is missing here is the OAuth communication with the Matomo server?
Exactly. That's the only missing piece in order to achieve this work.
And I remember that I sent you 4 different projects of community plugin which have been developed about similar technology than OAuth, or at least different project dealing with. And couldn't we use any of those, or how much time will it cost to take one of those, tweak them, and then make?
Yeah, there are different ways of thinking the problem. If we want to have full coverage, it should be provided by the Matomo team itself as a core part of Matomo, as Matomo is an OAuth provider, which could be a very great feature for all third-party toolings. And yes, the community plugins that you send me are basically specialized in a certain tool, and I want a generic OAuth provider. So everybody can hook into this one instead of building their own specialized OAuth connector. So Matomo should provide a generic interface that every developer wants to plug into in order to make third-party toolings, AI connectors, or whatever you want.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So we got one last question, maybe dumb questions, but can I add plugins in Matomo for WordPress?
Yes, you can. I think that yes, you can. There might be no problems. I never test the plugin into Matomo for WordPress because I hate Matomo for WordPress. It's a light version of Matomo, but I know many people are using Matomo for WordPress, but I never test those plugins on it. But there should be no problem, as those plugins just follow the Matomo development requirements and without any extra features. So if it runs, it should work perfectly on both.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ronan. So it was your personal opinion when it goes to Matomo for WordPress, of course. It does not
It's my
represent the
personal
voice
opinion.
of the Matomo community, but only one individual. Okay, thank you very much, Ronan. I'm just looking at the chat, and there's no questions left. So on small, Ronan, I would like to say thank you for taking part to this new edition of MatomoCamp 2025, and
So much.
we will see you as a moderator in another room, I guess. I don't remember which one. This afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you for everything.
Perfect.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And we are going to have a next conference in about 17 minutes, which will be given by myself about Matomo custom report. In the meantime, you can just, sorry, I think I was wrong. In fact, it's starting in 2 minutes now. So it's in 2 minutes that we are going to have another conference directly by myself. See you in 2 minutes. Hello everyone, it's currently 10:45. My name is Ronan and I'm going to make a presentation today about the Matomo custom report. As you can see on the screen on the time schedule, it was written that we should have a conference about building funnels with Tag Manager for SPA and hybrid website by Jorge Carvajal Powers. That some of you may know because he has been a very active member at MatomoCamp as a speaker over the last edition. Unfortunately, this morning he contacted me in order to inform me that he has a deep fever, so I wish him the best recovery. And I decided to take the time slot in order to make a last-minute conference. So unfortunately for you, I didn't prepare much about this specific conference that we are going to have now, but I will do my best to do it more like a demo. And I decided to make this conference about the Matomo custom reports premium feature. So I'm just going to share you my screen so that everything makes more sense. Oops. So I hope that you can clearly see my screen. So what are we talking about when we talk about the Matomo custom reports? So when you install Matomo on-premise by default, you are not getting all the plugins. Some of those plugins that we call premium features require that you purchase a license, and out of all the premium features that the Matomo team is offering, one of them, to my own opinion and as a former consultant, is of paramount importance. This is the one which is named custom reports, which, as its name stands for it, allow you to create some custom reports. So if you take, for example, the demo website of Matomo, let me just switch it to English. You will get your basic reporting, which are the one over here: visitors, behavior, acquisition, e-commerce, and goals. Okay. And within those reports that we call standard reports, you cannot customize it. Okay, so you cannot remove those columns. You cannot change the order of the columns. You cannot add additional dimension. So for the one who are just new to web analytics, the first column always represents what we are analyzing. So this is what we call dimensions. And then over here, you get what we call calculated metrics. So to say that's the use of this data, which is calculated. So let's say sum up, divided, or multiplied, or whatever. And this is what we call the metrics or event statistics. So with custom reports, you can in fact create reports such as those with many different combinations of dimensions. So for example, here I have channel type and keyword, but I cannot change it up. I cannot have keyword in first and then channel type it second, which is typically what I could do with a custom report. And same thing over here in terms of ordering or picking up the metrics or any other thing. So let's say with the free version of Matomo, you will be somehow stuck with the traditional report. It doesn't mean that you cannot do anything. Let's imagine that you are low on budget. What you could technically do is to use the API. So API is kind of a fancy word in order to say that you can tweak Matomo according to your wishes. And if we just look at the API, so this is the call which is made to the Matomo server in order to export the data that we have a look at. And you can always, in fact, tweak those reports. For example, if let's imagine, for example, that you just would like to get the NB action, you can just go over here and change a little bit the structure of the URL in order to just pick up the column that you want. When it comes to the look and feel of the dimension here, in fact, you need to play instead with this given report, which is the visit log report, which contain all the data which are getting collected by Matomo. And then you need to make the mathematics on your own and calculate the metrics and play with the dimension which are all listed over here. So these are the actions, and when it comes to the dimension, they are over here as well. So technically, if you are on a free version of Matomo, you can, if you know coding, if you are good at using AI, if you trust AI, you can always create custom reports. But is it worth the time and investment of the cost of the license here? It really depends to you, okay? So in this conference, what I will do is that I will present in depth what is the custom report so that you can really understand how valuable it can be and how far you can go with it. So out of the useful information to know about custom reports and let's say plugins in general at Matomo, is like you get the software which is evolving itself, okay, so which got some changes. This is what we call the change log. So if you go over here in matomo.org, you get over here the change log, which is change log. Okay, so this is the life of the Matomo core software. Okay, so here you get the tickets from the GitHub community, which explain what is the new feature, what is the bug which has been fixed. But in addition to that, you get as well the life of the plugin, which is independent from it. Why am I saying you this? I'm saying you this because if you go, if you go over here, you see that you get as well an independent changelog. And within this changelog, you can see the new features which have been implemented by the Matomo team. What am I saying you this? I'm just saying you here that the plugin is evolving itself and you can at any time ask to the Matomo team for enhancement or new feature within the plugin itself. And this can be sometimes launched or released faster than the Matomo software itself, okay? So if you would like, for example, to know about the last feature implemented for the custom report, you need to look over here in the plugin itself and look at the new features or enhancements which have been made. I'm not going to enter much into the detail about how to install the plugin if you have an on-prem installation, because there's no big difference compared to any other plugin. So you just go into the admin, then you enter your license key, and then you just download the plugin, and that's what's going to happen. Not that whenever there's a new update of the feature which is getting released, you can see it between parentheses over here, saying that there's an update which is available. So clearly here you see that it's telling me, oh, I have kind of 2 versions in late about the custom report, so I can just check it here and click on update, and it's going to be updated right away. Okay, so here it means that I'm going to take advantage of the last feature which have been developed by the custom reports. Okay, I'm going to take, for the sake of this example, the report that I was showing you some minutes before, which was the channel types report. As you can see, you got channel type as a dimension, visits, actions per visits. And let's imagine that I would like to create exactly the report that I wanted, that I was introducing to you before, so to say keyword first and channel type second. Then once the plugin is getting installed, I'm getting this plugin over here named custom report. So I just need to click on this one, click on manage reports, and then click on create a new report. Okay. So here I need to give a name to my report. This name is super important because that's the name of the report which is going to appear anywhere in your Matomo. And this is super important. Why is that? Because by default, Matomo doesn't know your internal team or employees. So by default, the name in Matomo is called channel types, but maybe for some reason, this name channel type doesn't ring a bell at all to any of your employees. So here you can just say, who is bringing us revenues, okay? And that will be the name of your reports. So instead of saying something named channel type, which doesn't ring a bell to your internal staff, they're going to see right now who is bringing us revenues. And then you can add as well a description. Of course, here you could use any AI to give you some inspiration about the description. So here, I'm just gonna lorem ipsum famous Latin sentences, which gonna represent what's gonna be written over here as the description. Here, I strongly recommend you to have a look at the conference which has been made by Ronan Hello this morning, because that's clearly something which could be automated with Matomo community MCP AI, which could in fact automatically write everything for you and create the report itself, so that you can start already with fresh Matomo installation with reports which makes more sense to you. Then you can decide to which website you would like this report to appear. In my case, I'm just going to leave it to this one. Over here, you get the type of report that you want to get. Table report in Matomo represent the type of report I was showing you before. This is what we call a table report, when you get the dimension in the first column and the metrics in the next columns. On the other side, you get what we call an evolution report. Evolution report, is about plotting metrics on a graph. And this is what it looks like if it wants to load. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sorry, that's the demo time. So loading evolution reports, and this is my lucky day today. Okay, so sorry. Overview, this is what we call an evolution report. Okay, that's the fact of having a graph here. So in my case, I'm gonna keep it to table, because as I said to you, I just would like to make the report that I was asking you, like keyword and channel type. So here, as you can see, I can pick up a keyword. I'm having these questions a lot coming from the partner and end user of Matomo. Why is the list over here different than the one that we get within the traditional report of Matomo? The reason is that the custom reports is a different component than the ordinary report that we have within Matomo. So when the custom reports plugin has been built, the idea was to recalculate and recreate everything. And that's, of course, sometimes a bit frustration. It leads to a bit of frustration to our end user, because sometimes some combinations are not possible or the name are slightly different. But in addition to that, what is super powerful with this list that we can see here is that it includes as well some combinations which are not available within the ordinary report, which means that this custom report feature is not only about reproducing reports that we have over here, that's as well about creating some new combination which does not exist. And it includes as well some dimensions which are showing nowhere else. That's typically the case for e-commerce and other reports. So for the sake of this example, let's just finish what I just started. So let's go for keyword and channel type. And then what we had next were the visits, the actions per visit. So we go over here, we get the visits. Then we can, I think actions was total actions in visits. Okay, and so this is typically a difference that we have, where the metrics action in itself is not showing as the name actions, but in fact it's total actions in visits. And we're gonna add the bounce rate, so to show you that we can create a report which is just slightly different. Then you get the filter option. So filter option allow you to just focus on one specific aspect of your report. In my case, I'm not going to do it like this. And then you can click on preview report. So preview report will allow you to see what's going on for today's period. Okay. Here in my case, I didn't get much traffic today, so that's the reason why I couldn't see it working. But if I would have had some data for today, it's going to double check that the combination of your report is done properly. And over here, you get the location where you would like your report to show up. So let's imagine, for example, that I said that I want it to be next to the all channels. I'm going to get it then next to the all channel. And that's really good, because if a report was confused to your end users, it's going to be less confused now. So let's create the report. So the report has been successfully created. So now, as I explained that I want to put it within the report category acquisition and all channels, what's going to happen is that if I click over here and all channels, I'm going to get it over here. And as you can see here, that's super interesting because the name is different. So it's going to talk more to your end users rather than the one named channel types. By default, Matomo is set in order to review over the last 30 days. If you are in the cloud, here I'm an on-prem installation, so it means that I need to reprocess the report if I want to get the historical data. By chance, I have the invalidate reports, and I can just select the website that I want. In my case, I don't have much data, so I can easily do it. And then if I do so, I'm going to get my report exactly like I wanted. So I'm going to get the keywords and the channel types, and then I'm going to get the metric. Okay, so okay, let's take a week of data, and let's take, that's interesting, as you can see. So nothing is currently showing up. Process the report, so that's what I did. Just double check one thing. So it has been generated like 20 seconds ago. It should show up the data. Maybe the way I created the report wasn't the best possible combination. Let me just change it out. So maybe this combination does not exist anyway. So let's just unlock it. Channel type. Let's take another combination, whatever. Let's say channel type, we get keywords. Let's take the operating system. Operating system family, preview the report. Okay, in this, so my guess that I was asking something which was impossible since the beginning, and that was the reason why it wasn't working. So sorry for the wrong demo. As I said, this is a last-minute conference that I created. So of course, sometimes it's not working as expected. So let's now see who is bringing us more revenue, and now it works. So as you can see, I'm getting my report with some data over here with the dimension that I wished. So to say, that was the channel type first, and then if I click on this, I get the operating system family, and I'm just getting the metrics that I wanted in the order that I wanted. So to say visits, total actions in visit, and bounce rate. Okay, that's one thing. Next big feature that I wanted to show you within the custom report is the ability, let's say, to create somehow some custom dashboard. So this feature is not kind of obvious for end users, but that's super powerful. So let's imagine that I want to create a new report. This time that's just going to be an evolution report. Let's imagine that I want to compare the visits coming from a specific operating system. I don't know which one, let's say Windows. I'm going to put it within custom reports, and well, I can leave it to custom reports. Let's create it. Then I can create another report. By the way, this one I should be visit from Windows. Okay. Let's now create another report, which are visits from GNU Linux. I can do it as an evolution as well. I can filter it out. So we just say the operating system, and this time that's going to be GNU Linux. And here I can decide to put it here within the custom report that I already created. And I'm going to create another one, which will be more about visits from mobile. And same thing, that's going to be an evolution report. I'm going to add a filter and device type, and that's going to be like smartphone. And same thing, I'm going to put it here. So here, this custom report named visit from Windows is in fact the umbrella report, or let's say the main reports. And as you can see now, I'm getting within the same report 3 different reports. So it's going to act exactly like a dashboard in which I can see let's say 3 different reports within the same reports. So I'm just going to wait a little bit so that the data get processed and that we can see the ended results. And we're going to see that when I do so, I'm getting one new features, which is over here. So visit from Windows. Okay, you see, I'm getting now this new feature, which is order the subcategory report, which allow me to decide how I would like the report to appear next to each other. So let's see the ended results in my case. So custom reports, visits from Windows. And let's see for today. Okay, so here, as you can see, I'm getting my 3 reports. I can probably reprocess the data for today. Oops. Okay. Perfect. So it will look better with some data within it. Okay. And as you can see here, I'm getting the visit from Linux, which are above the mobile one. And I can, in fact, decide to change all of this by picking mobile, putting it above it, update it. And what's going to happen now is that I'm going to get my mobile, which is above the GNU Linux one. Okay, mobile, which is getting above the Linux one. And you can, like this, add several reports. It's going to make a set of different custom reports. Another feature that I wanted to show you, which is well brand new, is the possibility now to copy some custom reports. So it means that you can easily take an existing configuration in order to have a new report which take exactly the same structure. Another big thing about the custom reports is that you can add them to the dashboard. So over here, based on the location where you decided to add it. So for example, in my case, I added it within acquisition. You see, I'm getting all channel, who is bringing us revenues. And that's super interesting because it means, as I said before, that you get the titles right, okay? So you can, in fact, start to delete all the widget who does not make sense to your end user because they have some names which are making things confusing, and just leave the report that you created with the right names. And the other good news is that typically the same thing that you can do over here with the custom alerts. So in fact, when you are over here, when you click on, in my case, I don't have the custom alerts plugin yet. So I'm just going to activate it so that you can see how it looks like. You say custom alert. Okay, perfect. Steps, and activate the plugin. Okay, fantastic. And then you click on personal, then you get the alerts, and then you create your alerts. And then as you can see here, you can come and select your custom reports. Okay. So based on the filter, in fact, you could technically create a custom report which is so filtered that any time that someone with a specific configuration came on your website, it's going to generate one visit. And when at least one visit is entering, then you get your email so that you can be alerted whenever something very, very specific is happening. And that's typically not something that you could do without the custom report. In the same spirit, you can as well create a schedule report. And schedule report is the same logic. You get over here the custom report that you created so that you can just get the report that you want. Out of the other thing to know, which are as well super interesting, which are dealing with what I was explaining before, that you get the API as well, which is next to it. So over here, you get the custom report. And if you click on custom report, you get here the different methods that you can call. And as I just mentioned to you, we now have a copy feature. You see, duplicate custom report, which allow you to easily, thanks to the API, add new reports to your Matomo. And that's mostly everything that I wanted to show you for today when it comes to the custom reports feature. So all I have to say is that once more, using it with AI, it can allow you to create already the combination that you wish to have over here. And then based on those combination, you can call those thanks to the API in order to have the report into third-party system if that's your wish, or customize the user interface of Matomo as I show it to you, because you get this feature which allow you to place the custom reports at some specific places. As you can see, that's the case over here with report category and report subcategory. I'm going to look in the chat to see if there's any questions. No, currently there's no questions within the chat. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to leave it for a couple of minutes, and then if there's no questions left, I will leave the floor to the next speaker, who is Michael Cornobis, which is Comobis, sorry, who is one Matomo official partner that I recently on board, and I'm very pleased that he can be with us today and introduce us his company. Okay, so no questions. I will then switch off my camera and my microphone, and I will host and guest Michael in 15 minutes from now. Thank you for watching MatomoCamp.
Hello.
Hello, Michael. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ronan. Can you hear me
Hello,
too?
Michael. We will go live in 4 minutes, if that's okay to you.
Perfect, yes. I'm just missing the sharing button for my slides. Not sure if I'm
That's my
online.
fault. So anytime I'm adding someone, I need as well to make him a speaker. So I just gave you the rights, which means that right now you are able to see some new buttons heading at the bottom of your screen. And one of them is in
Yes.
order to share your screen.
Thank you. Perfect.
No problem.
I
Do
can
you have
see
any
it.
further question, Michael?
No, it's perfect. I just finished my slides in this morning, so sorry for not sharing in advance.
No problem. Just to let you know, if you want to share with me some personal information, private information, use other means of channel, because the stream is live. Okay, so currently,
Yes.
what we are saying here is going on the internet. I will just do the cutoff once the event's finished.
Perfect.
Okay, so in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes from now, you can start. I'm putting my microphone off.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ronan.
All the best.
Thank you.
Okay, it's currently 11:30. I have the pleasure to receive as a guest speaker Michael Cornobis. I'm leaving you the floor, Michael, and I wish you a great presentation. I will ask you the question at the end of it if there are any within the YouTube channel. If not, I will probably create some on my own.
Perfect. Thank you, Ronan. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the community. My name is Michael, and I'm from Germany. But some people in international conferences tell to me Michael. So whatever you like. I'm going to share my screen with you now. And today I'm talking about the tech setup, optimizing first-party tracking on virtual servers in the context of Matomo. And yeah, it's hard to sort it in the right track. I think it's something between IT, tech, and infrastructure. So today we have 30 minutes. I have a lot of slides prepared with some case studies or use cases where I can show you more practical things, because it's very technical, but I try really to serve the audience between beginners, intermediate, and advanced users. And I have also some challenges which I'm going to share with the community in terms of real first-party tracking, which I yet did not solve. And maybe with the power of the community, we can solve it together. So what is the agenda for today? The first thing, maybe some sentences about me. I'm more than 15 years as a professional in this industry, worked in several digital startups, global ed tech, and in a German media company called Pro7sat.1, which have been acquired now by the Mediasat from Italy. But in the last 4 years, I worked for a Swiss-based company called FuseTech. It's a Swiss tech manager and cookieless analytics software. But prior to that, as a student, I started my first website in the year 1999 and made my first money in the year 2001, more than 20 years ago. And this was so inspiring that I stayed in this industry. And of course, when you are making money with websites, then it's very interesting to see what's going on your website in terms of sessions, page views, and of course, conversions when you are running affiliate business. Today, I'm helping teams to turn data into measurable business impact. So on a commercial side, but as well, very hands-on on a technical side when it comes to programming, setting up JavaScript snippets to push into data layers and stuff like this. So what we are going to talk about today. So why is first-party tracking important, especially with Matomo? I think since GDPR in 2018, everyone is talking about first-party and about the dying of third-party cookies. I think it's very boring to talk about it, but what is real first-party tracking? In the second topic, we are going to discuss on-premise versus cloud in terms of Matomo, because here I'm focusing the on-premise installation of Matomo, but what are the advantages regarding Matomo Cloud and in which cases I should choose the Matomo Cloud. But when it comes in topic 3 to on-premise strategy, what should I take into consideration when I'm building my on-premise Matomo setup? Then, of course, we are going to grow and to scale our shops, websites, and brands. So what I should take care of in terms of scaling my Matomo setup, and what are the first steps in the first-party tracking when I'm setting up. So really, if I want to start today with my website and implement Matomo on my server, what are the first steps we are going to discuss? And in the step number 6, there are, of course, some tech setup when it comes to setting up web servers, PHP, and MariaDB or MySQL, because this is the base of Matomo to run on. We are going to discuss as well. But it's not just about installing some software on your Linux server. It's also about optimizing the tracking and the data quality you are receiving. And last but not least, performance tuning and questions and answers. I hope we will have some time for that. So let's start. Why first-party tracking with Matomo matters now? So Of course, we have the general data protection rules and the privacy for more than 20 years, which are telling us to control and to regulate the setting and the reading of cookies. And everywhere, the strict consent and data minimization expectations are coming. And I think in this month or last month, there was also a ruling again against Google Tag Manager saying you are not allowed to fire your Google Tag Manager before consent. Even there is no Google Analytics or cookie set, you are not allowed. So the ruling is more and more against tracking and analytics. So this is a big reason why first-party tracking matters. And especially when you are using third-party vendors, it means often when you talk to legals that you are in a gray zone, and often very dependent on US vendors. And when we are looking at the politics in the US, it's very uncertain what is going to happen in the future. Will be Google Analytics, for example, legal in the future, or again illegal like it was like 3 years ago when everyone thought about it, okay, what should I do to become legal with my setup? And when we are talking about the first party, self-hosted stack, it's everything in your full control in terms of hosting, the tagging on your website, and the data flows. So it's under your control, but you also gain a big responsibility about this. And when it comes to first party, it means it's your domain. So let's say you have myshop.com, then it's not matomo.cloud in the background collecting your data, and even not googleanalytics.com. It's still your own domain on your servers, ideally on your IP, which creates trust in your audience. And this is the goal in this topic here. So here's an example, a big German news website called bild.de. So if you can see, as you can see here in the network request in the screenshot, it's not only bild.de delivering content, delivering advertising. You have also some third parties like Bing.com for Microsoft, Outbrain.com for native advertising. So this is, when I'm looking at this, not building trust. And also when it comes to GDPR, e-privacy and stuff, there was also a lot of space to discuss this. What will happen to this tomorrow or in 1 year? Is this a risk? And who is collecting my data against me in this case, maybe? So this is the reason why first-party tracking should be more in the focus, to have from top to down just your domain, in this example, bild.de. So let's deep dive more into the cases Matomo, because all the legal stuff, GDPR, is very boring. It's more interesting to talk about Matomo. Why should I choose on-premise, or should I maybe choose Matomo Cloud? So let's differentiate. When you choose Matomo Cloud, it's fully managed. All plugins are included, and it scales at almost all sites. So it doesn't matter if you have your small website with your pictures from your last camping vacations, or if you are building the next Amazon killer online shop. You really don't need to care about if you have just 10 hits per day or 1 million hits per day. Matomo Cloud does it for you, and everything is managed. Also, when it comes to some very important security updates, you don't need to care. It's all included. So it's good if traffic and costs are predictable, and your development operations resources are limited. So you don't have IT guys covering your server, running updates and stuff like this. But custom tracking domains usually need enterprise plan. So if you choose the business plan saying, okay, I have like 10 million hits per month, this costs me, let's say, 200 euros per month, you will not get your own, let's say, ethical tracking.myshop.com. It's still the third-party domain matomo.cloud. But if you want to have also discover it, you need to choose the enterprise plan from Matomo Cloud. And then on the other hand, let's discuss the on-premise solution. So you have full control over your tracking domain. You can say, is it tracking.myshop.com? Or maybe it's the root domain, like www.myshop.com/collect or something like this, which makes it more first party, or it looks more like first party. You have the control about your JavaScript and all the requests to the database. Usually when you choose Matomo Cloud and you want to get an export from your database, you need to reach out to the support. But when you are running on-premise, you are controlling your MySQL or MariaDB database, so you can export every minute if you are fancy to do this, and also set up your own data scientist to have a look at your database and data flows. But of course, if you look at the API, it's both the same, so it may be also be more easy for you to run the Matomo API, and then it's the same regarding cloud and on-premise. One very important point to mention here is that when you run on-premise, not all plugins are included. So if you, for example, want to have the custom reports plugin, which is included in the Matomo Cloud, you need to pay it when you are running on-premise. This is very important when you run your calculation to make a decision. Here also a use case example at the top of the left. You can see when you have, for example, 50K hits per month, it costs you 22 euros per month. And if you choose the annually billing, then I think it's 20, something like this per month. So really cheap. I wouldn't say cheap, but it's very attractive in terms of costs. So if you don't want to set up your own server and to build your knowledge in terms of Linux, PHP, and MySQL, just start with the Matomo Cloud and get familiar when you are very at the beginning in terms of Matomo. But when you choose Matomo Cloud, as I mentioned, you can see at the right side, in this example, it's rapidmail.de, a newsletter software provider. They are using Matomo Cloud, and you can see I'm on rapidmail.de, but checking the network request, you can see that it's matomo.cloud in the network request. So it's not hidden. In this case, this customer should reach out to the Matomo Cloud support and saying, hey, what's the cost for enterprise plans? I need to hide this domain, for example, a.rapidmail.de. So after we discussed that, and that being said, what should be the strategy when we choose the on-premise strategy to set up our Matomo tracking? On the first hand, the scaling strategy, we should decide the type of server. We should decide between shared web hosting, virtual servers, and guaranteed virtual servers. Because when you have like a web hosting, all is included. You have like a domain, you have web space, and you have like some apps like PHP, Python, and MySQL. And if there are some updates needed, the hosting company will do it for you. But all the resources in the classic web hosting are shared. So if there is one web hosting running with 100 Matomo instances, then it will be very slow, and you are also very limited in terms of setup. So you cannot set up some proxy or first-party domains. So I would recommend to choose shared hosting. More interesting is the virtual private server, which you can choose ideally as guaranteed, so that the hosting company tells you, okay, you will get 8 GB of RAM for sure, and you get some 2 virtual dedicated cores of the CPU. And this is very important to have a very stable performance of your Matomo instance. And then the other question you need to discuss is, should I choose a managed service or full root? In terms of managed service, you pay a high fee to the hosting company so that they run the updates for you in terms of upgrading the operating system, upgrading PHP if there are some security issues in the future. But if you choose no, I will do it on my own, then you also get a very high responsibility to make your server safe, because what we do not want is to get a next bot live, right? So if you don't care about security of your server, then it will be hacked and it will become a bot attacking other websites. And this is what we really need to avoid and to stay safe with our servers. For very big guys, it's the dedicated server, so it's really a machine in the computing center, but I wouldn't recommend this, because when one machine fails, it takes hours for the servers to repair the machine. So go with VPS guaranteed. When it comes to hosting, which company should I choose? So as I'm located in Germany, I'm looking at the German providers. I prefer Netcap. It's a very nice company, but not that big as Hetzner, for example, are also very good. And Ionos is also one of the top 3 vendors. When you are, of course, maybe from France or from Spain, Italy, you should look maybe at other providers. It's O4H from France, Aruba from Italy, or LeaseWeb from Netherlands. they also give you some nice plans to run your on-premise instance. And please check the pricing, because you get guaranteed CPU and RAM and storage, but what regarding the traffic costs? This, at some vendors, you need to pay extra if you, for example, get more than 1 GB traffic on your Matomo instance per month, then it may become very expensive. And in this case, as we discussed, we want to stay safe for the next decade. Then the strategy is to avoid US or non-EU cloud providers like AWS, Google Cloud Platform, Azure, DigitalOcean. I mean, these are great services, super scaling and with nice features, but this is not our main goal. Our main goal is first-party tracking in a local provider, local data, local computing center. One example from NetCap, for example, when you choose 2 cores, here at the left, which are guaranteed, you get 2 GB and 64 GB storage. This is something which is totally enough to start with your on-prem Matomo instance, and you can see that you can start with €4 per month running the server. And on the right-hand side, you can see a screenshot of the user interface where you can control the traffic. Am I enough with 2 cores and 2 GB, or should I upgrade to stay online with my on-prem instance? Then it comes, okay, I'm super successful with my website and I want to scale also with my Matomo setup. What should we take into consideration here? So the plan I would take into consideration is to plan for the next 3 years. And the Matomo world is always to check the hits. One hit can be, for example, a page view or an event, like clicking the FAQ button, executing downloads, etc. So please check what is the expectation in terms of hits. And then in the future, at the beginning, let's start with the beginning, you take one server where everything is running. So you have the login area of Matomo, you have the PHP in the background on the same machine as the MySQL database running. So this is the very easy start. But in the future, maybe you have the user interface on one server and the database on another. So please check if this is a future case in the next 3 years, because we want to avoid disruptive migrations and downtime. Let's say you start today with one server with all the apps in it, and in 1 week you decide to split off the database. This might be very dangerous, because then it's probably you get downtimes, and this is what you want to avoid. So then please start to separate it from the very beginning. You have one app server and one database on the other hand, and you are good to go. For example, if you have 1 million hits per month, then the Matomo documentation recommends one server for the app, and for the database is fine. You choose 4 CPUs, 8 GB RAM, and 250 GB. And then you're good to go. And let me show you one example. This is the page, matomo.org/FAQ requirements. Here you can see also if you are expecting 10 million page views, then you should really dedicate the servers between app and database. I always recommend these documentation and FAQs from matomo.org, because it's very helpful to get a picture what decision should I choose in terms of my requirements. So topic 5, let's start with the first step to first-party tracking. So one example, we choose the plan with 1 million hits as a target size. And when we stay at the hosting company NetCap in Germany, then it costs you €7 per month. But as I said, everything is in your responsibility. If you choose the same traffic volume at the Matomo cloud, then it costs you €172 per month. But as I said, everything is included. No updates, no scaling headaches, everything is included. So please take it into consideration, because the range looks huge, 7 versus 170. But as I said, responsibility comes with on-premise. So once you have your VPS online, you get a public IP, for example, 100.123. Or a technical host, which is already in CNAME, like v156 and so on, server.com. This is what you take to your domain. It's the domain name server. And let's say it's based on myshop.com. This is your shop, which you want to run with first-party tracking. Then you set up a subdomain called ethical.myshop.com, and there you set up a record to the domain IP, or to the IP which has been assigned from your hosting provider. Once this is done, sometimes it takes 20 hours, sometimes 70 hours to get to the global name servers, so that your ethical myshop.com will be accessible from the World Wide Web, right? And then you can start with installation of Matomo, enable SSL, and point to your tracking. And here's the first step you succeeded. So it's not anymore myshop.matomo.cloud. So here we have the real first-party tracking step completed. It's ethicalmyshop.com/matomo.js with your IP address, and behind that, your server under your control. Here's an example. For example, ohnemakler.net. It's an housing. Let's say you're looking for a flat on apartment. This is a site you can find nice apartments in your city, and they have already in first-party tracking. So you see, I'm surfing on ohnemakler.net and checking the network request. I can see that the Matomo tracking is also under the control of the top domain. When it comes to topic 6, what are the tech setup basics? And now it becomes very advanced. Sorry for that, but as I said, I want to serve the audience at the very beginning, understanding why it's important to have first-party tracking in terms of GDPR and e-privacy, and on the other hand, all the regulations we had in the last years regarding against US, against Google, against all the big tech players. And also I want to serve the advanced users when it comes to the tech setup basics. So what are the basics? When you have a server with 4 cores and RAM and you decided to go with Netcap, for example, I always recommend to use the operating system Ubuntu, because it's more comfortable than Debian. Debian is also a Linux software distribution. It's more clean, more minimal, but it takes you more efforts to install, like PHP, MySQL, or MariaDB. You need to check in the web, okay, what is the last version, and pull the repository. So recommendation is start with Ubuntu and immediately run updates, please, because you don't want to get this server hacked after 5 minutes because it's outdated. And enable, please, automatic security updates. Once this is done, you're still not safe. Please run the basic hardening. You need to enable the firewall so that just the UI is accessible, matomo.js and matomo.php, and nothing else. You should, for example, avoid that from the public internet, your configuration file from Matomo is accessible. This would be the worst case, right? And also it's important to install fail to ban. So if someone is trying to log into your server and fails 3 times, the IP will be blocked. Very important basics. Never use the root admin user. Always create your user, like for example, Michael or Michael, and avoid to use passwords. Always use SSH public and private keys, please. And when it comes to the stack, it's super easy to start with Nginx, web server, PHP, FPM is running pretty well with the latest version 8.4, I think is the supported version by Matomo, and MariaDB is nice as a database. And of course, you want to have the HTTPS encryption. I recommend to go with Let's Encrypt because it's free, but you need to make sure that you have an automatic renewal after 90 days, because the certificate is not that long valid, like 1 year, for example. You need to renew every 90 days. Here's an example of the code. I'm happy to share it with you afterwards. So if you have your server installed and you log in, you have on the left side all the updates. You have the fail to ban firewall. You have the keys you install. Please also change the SSH port from 22 to example 2213. You have the firewall settings, and then when it comes to the right hand, you have the web server installation, database installation, and PHP. And at the bottom, some optimizations. For example, you need to increase the memory limit to 512, for example, because when you are running very big API requests against the Matomo API, for example, give me the last 90 days, which came from dimension 1 and have conversion goal 0, then you maybe need 500 megabytes of RAM to get results. And another thing, optimizing the tracking and data quality. So you saw, what does it mean for me that I have my first party domain, but I can still see that the tracker is coming from matomo.javascript and sending all the data to matomo.php. So this is the big advantage of virtual servers, or at all when you are under full control of your server, that you can obfuscate the data. So you can change matomo.php to madata / for example. You can change almost everything to avoid ad blockers to block your request, your tracking request. And if you already use a CDN, you can also use the proxy path so that you can send the requests to /collect ABC and not to Matomo.php anymore. But please make sure that you are not caching Matomo.php because every request is almost unique. Alternative, if you are using PHP, you can write a proxy script. You just type it into ChatGPT and you get like a 20 lines code showing you how you can bypass your tracking requests. Still a challenge is that the first party cookies are set via JavaScript. That means that we cannot use HTTP only to avoid other trackers on my site and other JavaScripts to read it. I saw on GitHub that it's still not solved because I think it's a bigger thing. But when it comes to my personal Christmas wish list, this would be top prior on roadmap to have the real server-side HTTP only cookie, because, for example, the SGTM, server-side Google Tag Manager hosting vendor called Stape, they are offering it already, as you can see in this screenshot here. So at the left side, at the bottom, you see the FPID cookie. It's set from the SGTM, and it's a real HTTP only cookie set by the server and not possible to read it with JavaScript. This is the example from better.com. And when you look at the top right side, you see a Pivik installation. It's on-premise on weimar.de, setting the Pivik, the old Pivik cookie. It's not Pivik anymore, it's Matomo. And as it was set by matomo.js, it's not possible, from my knowledge, to set HTTP cookies. So if you have a workaround for this or solution, please let me know, because this is a challenge for me, state of now. And topic 8, performance tuning. You can see it also in the FAQ or Matomo documentation. When you are scaling your traffic, then sometimes you may run into server errors because PHP is not able to collect all the tracking requests in an unlimited case. So please use PHP Redis to offload to the DB. So for example, the server is collecting 25 hits and then sending it to Matomo in a bulk upload. Disable browser-based archiving, run hourly core jobs. You can tune the memory limit, as I said. Never use swap usage on your server. Please upgrade your RAM as possible. Daily app backups are a no-brainer, I think, but also try to restore your backups, because in the worst case, you will see that you have a lot of backups, but they are corrupt. And use, for example, the open source monitoring service Uptime Kuma to see if your server is up and running. Some examples in the screenshots here. On the top left side, you can see Proxmox. It's a server virtualization if you have a network attached system at home. It's showing you that you can collect 25 hits, for example, before sending to the database. And at the bottom right, you can see the offload of the archiving process, right? So this ideally you set up as a cron job every hour so that your user interface stays very fast and performing. That's pretty much it, I think. It was a lot, I know. Are there any questions? then please drop, or Ronan, share the questions with me. I'm not sure if I can see them, but for sure I will share these slides afterwards. And if you have any questions, please drop me a message, ideally via LinkedIn.
Thank you, Michael. Those are mostly remarks, but I just one tiny question for you. Is Google Tag Manager legal in Germany? I mean, have you heard any information about the use of Google Tag Manager in Germany, or let's say Tag Manager in general in Germany?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so from the community and all the tracking experts, the recommendation was always, please fire Google Tag Manager only after consent, no matter if it's client side or server side or on your server, on your domain, no matter what, always after consent. This was always the recommendation from the German community. And I think last month there was a ruling from the court in Hanover, so North Germany, I think, was the regulation, where they said, no, it's not legal to fire Google Tag Manager before consent. So yeah, the recommendation is still, if you are using Google Tag Manager, only fire off after consent. That means that you have maybe just 50% of your analytics data.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. I'm currently looking at so there are really useful feedback and information which is shared in the chat on YouTube, but nothing very specific. I just would like to say thank you, Michael, because your feedback your conference will be very valuable as feedback for the Matomo team. I really personally enjoyed what you showed us when it comes to, let's say, explaining to the audience what are the differences between the cloud and on-prem, and why going for one rather than the others. And I think that that's super important, because it's as well drawing a line of different things and approach that we need to have. We have to keep in mind as well that at Matomo, as we are let's say, the maintainer and the creator of Matomo, we may be the good people in order to tune the Matomo infrastructure when it comes to cloud hosting, because regarding the other web hosting provider, let's say you mentioned Manis, the thing is that it will rely on the partner expertise rather than the web hosting company. As the partner program manager, we currently do not have any huge web hosting companies specialized in Matomo at the moment. So when you come to a big player, my piece of advice will be to work with a partner, or either with the Matomo team, in order to configure and scale it up, because I haven't yet heard about any big web hosting provider having a full Matomo services next to their offer. So that's just a personal opinion here. Thank you, Michael. Hope you enjoy MatomoCamp. Thank you for contributing to Matomo, and looking forward to the next edition.
Thank you, Ronan, as well. Thank you, MatomoCamp community. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye.
Hello, Diana. Can you hear me, Diana?
Now, can you hear me?
That's perfect. Hello, Diana. Ronan speaking here.
What's that?
Ronan speaking.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. I'm too worried I'm going to be heard by everybody.
Yes, you do. It's currently live on YouTube. So if you have something which is more personal to say, better to use LinkedIn so that no one can hear us. But in all cases, I will cut down the videos in order to make specifically your 30-minute, 45-minute presentation individual in YouTube. So
Now,
no,
should I have my camera on while I'm presenting?
it's up to you. It's up to you. You decide. In my case, I will switch off mine, so as my microphone in some minutes, and I will just go back on stage for the question and answer, or if you are facing any issues during the presentation.
Okay. Now, how do I share my screen?
Yes, I just gave you the rights to be a picture. So you now have a new button which just appeared at the bottom of your screen, which allow you to share your screen. I think it's represented by a screen of a computer or something like this.
Yep. Hold on. Let me go back to where you were. Where were you?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. All right. Okay.
Once more, thank you very much for taking part of this MatomoCamp edition.
Yeah.
Perfect. Screen
Okay.
sharing
Let
is
me.
working fine.
There. You can see that.
I can.
Okay. Awesome. All right, let me go back to where you were. Okay. Oh, I'm a little nervous.
Can imagine. So yes, hold on. I'm just checking if we are live right now, because I can see on YouTube that it's written live, but the button is not on. So let's see. Yes.
Yeah, my button says the session.
Okay.
Oh, so we're not being recorded yet.
No, we are live. No, we are recorded.
Oh.
We are all set. In 2 minutes. You can start so that we can be on schedule.
Okay.
I wish you a great presentation, Diana.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Diana Huff, president of Huff Industrial Marketing, and this morning I'm going to be talking about the Matomo URL builder to track website conversions or visits. Matomo refers to this as campaign tracking. I know for people who are really experienced with analytics, the URL builder may be something that's very basic, but for smaller teams or smaller companies, and especially for people who are new to Matomo, this is actually my favorite tool. and it's how I track everything for my small clients. And so the theme of this presentation, which I am very passionate about, is that simple is the new powerful. All right, so just a little background on who I work with, because once you see my data, you're going to be like, because it's very, very small. So I work with smaller industrial manufacturers based here in the US who have 50 employees or fewer. They make things for aerospace, industrial, military, everything from satellite, things that go into satellite systems to these things called blast rooms. They either make the entire system like this, like a blast room, or they make the components that go into the blast room or the satellite, or, oh my God, there's just so many things that people make. You know, machine shops are making all these different things. But anyway, their data is very small. And that means that I am not seeing, tens of thousands of website visits on a daily or weekly basis. In fact, I'm seeing like 2,100 visits a month to a website. I deal with very, very little e-com, no apps. It's just straight search, right? People look for them, they find them, they come to the website. And also, so it's very a niche B2B audience. So desktop search rules. I mean, there is some mobile, but it's I would say 78% and above is desktop, and it's Monday through Friday. So it's very different needs in terms of data requirements. So what I track using Matomo, so for these smaller industrial manufacturers, inquiries or lead generation is the big deal. When prospects call me, I always ask, how many leads are you getting right now from your website? They either don't know because they don't know how to track it, or no one's tracking it for them, or they'll say, we think maybe 3 or 4, meaning leads, meaning someone calls them, emails them, or fills out a form. That's it. And so my job is to make sure that I'm proving to them that their website that we built for them and the follow-on marketing that we're doing for them is getting them ROI. So I track all conversions, form submissions, including RFQ, contact, what other forms there are, email and phone clicks. I'm tracking traffic that's coming in from our various marketing activities, especially from Google Ads and Microsoft Network, and then all the other stuff that we do. So I do all their follow-on marketing. And so it's very important that I have this data. And this is just a screenshot of RFQ form conversion data for one client for the year. And as you can see, it's very healthy. So that's what I'm tracking, and that's what they love to see. So I track all of this stuff that I'm doing through the Matomo URL builder. And you can just type in Matomo URL builder and it comes right up in the search engine. It's right on the Matomo website. And you can use all these things. You can use it, all these different marketing activities, but basically it's any click or any URL that any click that you want to track that's somewhere else, that's driving traffic back to your website. So all of these different things can all be tracked. And the URL builder is very easy to use. There are 2 main requirements. You have to have the URL, of course, that whatever website URL that you're sending people to, and then the campaign name. Those are the 2 required pieces of information. This is just a partial screenshot. I use Campaign Source and Campaign Medium, and I'll show you why. But there are other fields in here that you can use depending on what your needs are. And then you can also find the form inside Matomo. It's under acquisition. I personally like using the external form because I have it open. So I'm creating the URL. I track all this stuff in Google Sheets, all the URLs, and then I have my Word doc or whatever open. So it's very easy for me. Hold on one second. Sorry, barking dog. Okay, so it's super easy to use. You fill in the fields, you generate the URL, And here it is right here, this beautiful URL and with all the different parameters. And now I'm going to show you just a very simple test that I'm running. So I run tests on everything. And I subscribe to the LinkedIn Premium subscription and I get this nice link I can add to my profile. This, as you know, these premium subscriptions are not cheap. So I want to know, is this thing working? Are people going to click this link and come back to my website? So I created this, URL with parameters. And here you've got the campaign name, which is required. Visit my website. You have the source or the platform, LinkedIn, and then I have the medium, which is my profile link. So I set it up specifically for this talk because I wanted to see if I wanted to share data. I have not gotten very many links. LinkedIn is a very tough nut to crack. But anyway, I haven't gotten very many clicks. So anyway, that's that's a simple way of using it. Now, source and medium, these are the two most important things, and they tie back. So all those fields in the URL builder tie back to information that you can find in Matomo. So I use source and medium. Those are my two main ones. So as you can see here, they show up very nicely in Matomo. So source, it's very important that you understand the difference. It's the platform or where the click is coming from, whether it's your email marketing application, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, Kit, whatever you use, or whether it's a big ad platform, Google, MSN, if you're doing paid posts on some of the social media, Facebook, or if you're just doing normal posts, non-paid on the socials, you can track all that. And then medium is the activity itself. So these are my own nomenclatures: paid search, paid post. You can make them anything you want, but that's how I track things. And then the reason why I have ChatGPT crossed out is because no, I was not tracking traffic using the URL builder from ChatGPT. That actually was coming through early on before Matomo created the AI assistance report. So now you don't see that anymore under campaigns. So that was a really nice addition by Matomo. So that's why I have it crossed out. And then this, my bad. So one of the tips I have, why I keep everything in a Google Doc, a Google spreadsheet, all the parameters that I use, is because, see, I used LinkedIn and then I used LinkedIn with a hyphen. So Matomo sees that as two different parameters, so they show up on two different lines. So you don't want that. You want everything to show up very nice and clean per platform, per activity on one line. All right, so here's the a report from Matomo showing the channel type. And so now you can click on this and you can view all of the campaigns where you're using the parameters. So just so you know, anything with a parameter is called a campaign in Matomo. And that means even if someone else uses parameters and links back to your website, those parameters will show up. That data will show up in your Matomo report. I just actually discovered that someone wrote a blog post and referenced my blog post and did a link with parameters, and it came back and I went, wow, look at that. Wow, that got a fair number of clicks. So anyway, anything with a parameter shows up in campaigns. Now, the tips for ensuring good data is one, as I have already said, keep a log of all the parameters you're using for your campaigns and your marketing channels. I do it by client, but if you're in an internal team, you would do it by your campaigns and marketing channels, whatever you're doing. So I have all this stuff written out by client, and then by campaign marketing channel. And then again, I've already showed you the LinkedIn versus LinkedIn. So you want very clean data, or it makes it much easier to show clients or show your team what's working and what's not. And the other thing I would say is be consistent. Don't use it sometimes and then don't use it other times. If you're going to track your marketing, track all of it. And I know if you're at a bigger company, it might be difficult because you're doing a ton of stuff. But once you get started, tracking all of this, it becomes much easier. I know at first it can be a little overwhelming if you have a ton of data, but if you're a smaller company, it's much easier. For me, for my clients, I have several clients. We're running Google Ads. They have 3 to 4 ad campaigns, so it's not a big deal for me to track all of this, and the benefits are huge. So here's just an example. For Google Ads, for example, for the campaign name, each ad group has its own name so that I can then see all that data in Matomo. Each campaign, so then all of them all say paid search. All of them either say Google or Microsoft Network, or it could be if you're advertising on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. You can, whatever works for you. And then again, newsletter, I usually do for the name, I do the month and the year, but you could do whatever again, it's all what works for you, as long as you're tracking it and you have a list of this stuff so that your data is really organized and tidy inside of Matomo. Now, the 2 benefits of doing conversion tracking or campaign tracking is that you give your team or your clients a full and accurate picture. So if you say you start in January, there's not a lot of data, but once you have 4, 5, 6, 7 months of data or a full year of data, now you're able to see things, you're able to see patterns, you're able to see what's working and what doesn't work. So here this is just a screenshot from one client showing website conversion growth over the last 4 years. And I am tracking everything: emails, phone clicks, form submissions, all, sponsored emails, newsletters, all of that stuff we're tracking. So once you have all that data, you now have a really full and accurate picture, and that allows you to better allocate your marketing and sales resources, whether you're working with clients or whether you're working as a team. And again, this is just a very small example, again, small data. So the client wanted to send out a sponsored email through one of those, a B2B trade publication, and 10,000 names on the list. And it's one of those where the people have said, yes, I want to receive emails from you. So the client wanted to try it. He had seen competitors do it, and he thought, let's give it a try. So we designed up a beautiful email, sent it over to the publication. I had the tracking parameters in there. I supplied all the URLs, and we got 73 visits, which was a little disappointing. But the client did get 2 RFQ form conversions. Now, that's great. But unfortunately, those RFQs were for products the company doesn't make. So even though the results were a little disappointing, what this does, what tracking all of this stuff does, is it gives your team or your clients something to talk about. So you can look at this and say, well, we paid whatever it was, like $34 a click, and we're paying X amount of dollars per click through Google. So was it worth it? I mean, there's no right or wrong answer to this data. It's just numbers. It's up to you to help your team or your clients interpret this data. And then what are you going to do with it? Are you going to try again? Maybe set it aside for a little bit, or maybe try some banner ads with the publication in order to build some exposure. That's what this does. So I never see things as good or bad. I just say, okay, this is what happened. What have we learned from it? What can we do going forward to either change it, make it better, do something different, whatever. So that's just an example. So I like to say that the URL builder, as I said at the very beginning, it's a simple tool, but it gives you powerful, powerful insights. So this is what I'm going to share with you as a case study. It's, again, small data. But in 2024, at the end of 2024, one of my clients wanted to determine if LinkedIn was doing anything for them. So we had been posting consistently to the company page, and all this traffic was coming in, and we could see it in the visitor the visitor profile, the visitor log. We could see it all pouring in. But at the time, I wasn't using the URL builder. So we decided that we would be very strategic for 2025 and determine, is LinkedIn working? So we decided that we're going to boost posts 2 times per week, 3 days for each one. And if you boost posts, my clients have very small budgets. So we boosted 3 days, and I think it's $10 a day. So $60 a week. So I know that's very small compared to what LinkedIn wants you to spend, but it's amazing the data you can get out of this. Amazing how it works. So anyway, we chose our audience, which was very industry specific, this B2B niche audience, and we specifically chose US only. That's all we wanted. And we wanted to drive really good traffic back to the website. So, and then I use the URL builder for tracking all this. All right, and then when you boost a post, you can choose both of these or one of these. This one is already opted in for you, the LinkedIn Audience Network. Place your ad on third-party apps and sites where your target audience is already engaging. So since I had not tested any of this before, I said, okay, let's go with that. So immediately, the first few posts in January, I'm looking at the data going, wait a minute. So this is one post right here. And I'm sorry, I'm under NDA with all these companies, so I can't show a lot of stuff. But we boosted a post, and at LinkedIn, their data said you got 25 paid clicks and 4 organic clicks. All right, so this is from the campaign the campaign manager. Matomo said, no, you got 69 visits. Now, because I added parameters to all this stuff, I can now see them in the visitor log, right? LinkedIn page posts with the name of the campaign. I can see it. I'm like, wow. So why is there this gap when I'm seeing all these visits? And wait a minute, why are we getting all these non-US visits? I couldn't figure it out. It took me a while. I had to actually do research on the LinkedIn Audience Network. I was viewing all these different reports in Matomo. I'm like, wow. Well, I called my client. I said, can you get on let's do a screen share really fast, because I just want to show you this. And we're looking at it together. And he said, wait, hold up. Start opening some of those foreign ones, out of country, I should say out of country ones. So our conclusion, not proven, but we just concluded that it must be bot farms, because the ones that were coming in from other countries were all on mobiles, and a lot of these countries were getting double, triple, quadruple clicks. We kept seeing them through the feed, and none of them were doing any sort of, they were just coming to the website and that's it, just clicking on that link. That was it. There was no other activity. So we decided, okay, we're going to end using that LinkedIn Audience Network, and we're going to test the audience expansion. So we started doing that. So this is our data for February. As soon as we stopped using the LinkedIn Audience Network, we had an 83% drop in non-US pay-per-click traffic. Here you can see, so now we went from 296 visits from LinkedIn page posts down to 48. So that was amazing. I was actually amazed. And then because we were getting fewer clicks, of course, we pay a higher cost per click, but the client was fine with that. And then once we started getting more of that targeted traffic, we could then start seeing some of it was starting to go through the website and look at other things. So that was a win for us. And again, all of this is dependent on what your goals are. If you're a big e-commerce, play, and you want all this traffic, that's fine. But I'm working with these smaller industrial manufacturers. They know they have very niche audiences. They know who they are, and they want to make sure that they're getting the right traffic to their website. So that was very, very interesting. So in terms of the URL builder, Matomo has a ton of information. I initially started with the the third one listed, how to track Google ad campaigns with Matomo, because when I switched over from Universal back in 2022, my main concern was, how am I going to track pay-per-click ads, because I was going to stop using GA. I was not going to use GA4 because it was brutal. I mean, I've been using analytics since it was Urchin 2004. I was no neophyte, but trying to make GA4 work was mind-boggling. So I realized I still had to use GA4 because it talks with Google Ads. So I needed to have the conversions set up. So I do that. I set up the conversions, but then now I just use the Matomo URL builder, and I'm able to track all my campaigns in Matomo. So I really like that, but there's a help file that explains how to do it. And then also and then they have their how to use this is the external link to the builder, but again, it's inside Matomo as well. And then what is campaign tracking and why it's important? That's another excellent read. I'm always reading stuff on the Matomo website. They do a really great job with explaining how to use the platform. And then in 2023, I gave a MatomoCamp presentation, Small Data, Big Results, because I was able to, working with my son, who's a developer, he used the Matomo API and was able to extract the data, the conversion data, from Matomo and make it so it shows up in a really nice Excel spreadsheet. So he we gave a presentation on that, and he explains how he does that. So it's much more technical, but it's on my website if you want to go visit, look at it. Now, Matomo did not pay me to say this, but I have to say it because I love this platform. I love it so much. So I'm a marketing communication. I'm a marketing industrial marketing consultant. Basically, my whole background is marketing communications, copywriting, and that's what I do, copywriting. I do a lot of content, but I had to teach myself all this technical stuff. I taught myself SEO back in 2003. I've taught myself Google Ads, taught myself data analytics. I became Google Analytics certified. I mean, I've had to teach myself everything. And Matomo is so easy to use. It just, it's such a relief. Like, it doesn't make my eyes glaze over. And even my clients love it. So I create dashboards for them, and they're able to go look at their own data. I'm transparent about everything. So they can, see, yep, what she's telling us is the truth. We see it right here. I even have clients who go and get their own data and put it into their presentations for when they have to give presentations to their teams about, how their marketing is doing. So I love it for that reason. But also, in addition to the wonderful URL builder, there are other tools like heat maps, which I love, and the session recording tool. So that if you've not used session recording, once you do, you'll never go back. So anytime, we consistently will look at a page on a website and just view the session recordings to see how website visitors are using that particular page, maybe with a particular tool or something. And we have made so many website changes and tweaks and updates based on what we're seeing. And that's why, back on that screenshot where you could see the website conversion growth over time, that's how we do it. We're constantly looking at data and things like session recording, heat maps, what's working, what's not. We were able to solve one of my clients has a very small e-com play. We couldn't figure out why we were having issues with one product. Well, we went and looked and okay, yep, we see it now. So we were able to fix that. So that's why I love Matomo, and I highly recommend it for smaller companies because it is so easy to use. But most important, it's because I trust the data. So as as I proved with the whole LinkedIn thing, it's data I can trust, it's data I can use, it's data I can go back to with my customers and say, here's what I'm seeing, and they trust it too. But the best one of all, so you don't have to wait for your data. So as I was compiling this presentation, I just went over to X to see if anyone was still complaining about GA4, and I typed in GA4 sucks, and this is what popped up. This was from August. Jordan West posted it on X. Me waiting for GA4 to tell me if my meta campaign worked. You will never have to wait for your data. Everything is there within, well, you have real-time logs, and then you have, 24 hours later, anything that's happened on your website is right there. So that's why I love Matomo. I know we don't have much time left, but any questions?
Hey, Diana, thank you so much for being such an ambassador for Matomo. I'm currently looking at the chat, and there's no question yet, but what I would like to know, more from a curiosity perspective, and as well because I'm, let's say, sending feedbacks from the Matomo Partner Network to the Matomo team, just would like to know, according to you, what are the missing features in this feature of Matomo about the tracking parameter, and what would you
there are
like to
pictures
improve?
missing. Oh, I can resend the presentation to you. I'll have to have someone else look at it. I had 2 other people look at it, and there were no missing pictures. All right, let me figure it out, and I can resend.
No, I mean in the feature itself. I mean if you had something to improve within the Matomo feature about the campaign tracking parameter, what would it be? Do you have all the features that you need in order to make a good job with Matomo parameters?
Say that again.
I would like to know if you had any enhancements that you will suggest to our campaign tracking feature in Matomo.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay. So you will say that currently it's fitting all your expectations?
Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, I can't tell you how much I love it. That's why I'm sort of sitting over here going, this is so basic, but I can't tell you how much it's done for my business.
Okay, because I remember that we do have on the marketplace, or at least we used to have it in the past, the URL shortcode generator, which allows, for example, to make shorter URLs so that we can easily use them into, I mean, different, for example, social posts, and then measure clicks to external communication, like not going to your website.
I see. Yeah, no. So that might be for other companies, but mine just want the end all and be all for them are people coming to our website.
Okay. Okay.
Can I stop sharing?
Yes, please. You can. There's another question from Sandrine. Sandrine is asking us, hello, Diana, great presentation, thanks. Could you say how you usually share data with your clients? Do you export native Matomo reporting, or do you use third-party tools or your own tools?
Yes. So what I did, as I mentioned, my son, who's a developer, he actually used the Matomo API and was able to, he had his own little tool that he developed. So we extract the conversion data, and then it creates an Excel spreadsheet. It's actually branded with my company name and everything. And I send that report every week to my clients showing where their leads came from. So web form, so if someone does an RFQ form, we're using Gravity forms on the website. And so I see all that data, right? The name, company name, all of that stuff. I see all that, and I tie it back to that particular RFQ conversion, right? That I extracted out of Matomo. And Matomo is amazing. It tells you what time that someone filled out that form. So I just match everything by time and you know, and then fill out send the client this Excel spreadsheet every week. And also we use, then when I get on screen calls, like if once a month, you know, how are things going? I do a screen share and we just look at Matomo together.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer, Diana. I have another one which is coming through my mind, which has been reported to me by an end user in Google Analytics. As far as I remember, they have up to 8 different parameters, and I was wondering if Matomo should really extend up to this range of number of parameters, or do you think that the number of parameters that Matomo currently offers is already way too high and we don't need extra parameters?
Well, for my needs, it's perfect. That's why I said, you know, the form that you currently have has other parameters like keyword, and there are a couple of others. I haven't had the opportunity to use them because at the moment I don't need them. But again, bigger companies may want more data.
I see. Okay. And do you see any interest in recording any time you are using this form? Because, you know, sometimes some companies would like to keep a track of all the campaign that they created, even though some of them did not generate any clicks at all. Do you see any added value of keeping an historical record of?
Yeah, that's what I do. So actually, when I create a URL for a page post on LinkedIn, you know, so I write all these myself, all these page posts, and then say I run that post in January, and then now I then make a list in a Google Doc, a Google Sheet. So here are all the things I ran in January, and then let's say I want to rerun that post. I then wait 3 or 4 months and say I run it again in May. I use the same URL, and then let's say I run it again in September. I use the same post and the same URL, so that way in Matomo, I see all the traffic that went to that post on one line. So that way I have a very tidy organization under campaigns, LinkedIn page posts. You know, here are 15 of them, and here are the ones that got the most traffic. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I do. I track everything, and I keep track of it all in Google spreadsheets, and that way my clients can see them too.
Okay. Thank you, Diana. I cannot see any additional questions in the chat. So, anything in particular that you would like to say to the audience in order to close this conference?
Oh, I already said it. I love this program. I tell everybody about it. It's just, I'm so glad that you have it, that you made it. So thank you. I feel like I should be thanking you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. I already posted on LinkedIn. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Have a great day, Diana, and once more, thank you so much for your contribution at MatomoCamp 2025.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Take care. Thank you. Next conference will be at 2:45. The conference speaker will be Amardeep Atwal. The topic will be ethical analytics in public and private sector organization. I can see that our next speaker is already within the room. I'm just going to say hi to him before offering us a 10-minute break. So just making you as a speaker. Amardeep, can you maybe hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Nice to meet you. We're going to start in 10 minutes from now. My first question will be, sorry, how can I pronounce your first name?
It's Amardeep.
Amardeep. Okay, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I think, didn't I saw you at MatomoCamp London, did I?
Yes, I was there, yeah.
Ah, I think I saw you and had the chance to say hi. So I take the opportunity to say hi right now.
Hello.
Webcam is working fine. I can hear you properly. I just gave you the rights of being a presenter. So you get a new button which just appear at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
And we are currently live, but we're going to start in 10 minutes from now. So feel free to switch off your microphone if needed and go and grab a cup of water, coffee, or tea or whatever, and we can start in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
See you. Amardeep, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Perfect. Hopefully you can all see that. Great. See, it's almost time to start, so we'll kick this off in a few seconds. Yes, my name is Amardeep Atwal. Today I will be talking about ethical analytics, going beyond what is legal in both public and private sector organizations. So, a few things about me. I started working with data back in 2007. I've worked in a range of different industries: private sector, public sector, e-commerce, travel, finance, lead gen. I think the only sector I haven't worked in so far is the charity sector. And I've also been a victim of poor data ethics. Now, the bad guy in this was me. I had done some poor data hygiene. I'd left my key information, such as name, address, date of birth, email, available a little too publicly, and someone had used that to do a bit of fraud in my name and try to buy a lot of electronics. Unfortunately, the first I knew about this was when I received a letter for payment, which I knew nothing about. But in the end, it was fine because none of the items were actually delivered. So this is where I got the first idea for this talk, and this is the reason why I think it's using data, whether it's your own data or others, is so important. It's important to do this ethically. So I'm moving on. First, I want to talk about an organization called Betfair. They are currently being sued by this gentleman. They've already won one case, but it has now been moved to the High Court in the UK. You see, the gentleman is a millionaire named Lee Gibson. He is suing Betfair for £1 million. Because of the course of 10 years, he lost £1.5 million gambling. Now, the reason he's only suing for 1 million rather than the total 1.5 is because he lost £500,000 in the first 5 years, and then as he was trying to chase back some of his losses, he lost a further 1 million over the next 5 years. But you see, he says they had a duty of care, that they should have seen that the number of bets he was placing had increased dramatically, that they had seen that the average value of each bet had increased dramatically, that instead of stopping him or even warning him, that they encouraged him, that they appointed him VIP status. They gave him a personal relationship manager who would invite him to football matches and horse racing and, casino nights, basically places where he could gamble, that were fueling his addiction. Now, Betfair maintains they did everything that was legally required of them. They found out where the source of his money was from, and he was a property developer. He had 15 properties throughout the city of Leeds in the UK, which is a large university city with 2 large universities. So he had plenty of people occupying his houses. I think he had 15 or so houses, multiple businesses, but even though he had all this wealth, he was forced, because of his gambling, to sell some of these properties, to mortgage other properties, that essentially his gambling was not sustainable. And the reason this has now been passed to the High Court, even though they won in the lower court, was because of the definition of duty of care. So this is why it's now been decided. Now, it's his contention and that of his solicitor, barrister, that Betfair should have known that they needed to go beyond what was purely legal and what was ethical, that they had a duty of care to help this man help because he could not help himself. So this is the basis of this talk, is what can we do that goes beyond the legal frameworks, right? What are the legal frameworks to start with? and what else we must do to make sure we're using data in an ethical sense. Now, here's an interesting stat I found recently: 75% of consumers are uncomfortable with weak data ethics, the vast majority. So first of all, how do we define ethical data usage? So we need to first understand the importance of ethical data practices. We need to handle data responsibly by following key principles such as transparency, accountability, and fairness to protect individuals' privacy and their well-being. We must try to build a framework on informed consent, minimizing data where possible, having strong security, and again, clear accountability when things go wrong. And we need to empower organizations to make data-driven decisions, but in a responsible manner, by providing them with a moral and strategic framework that ensures data practices are aligned with the key principles that we've already mentioned. Because it's only by embracing ethical data practices that organizations can truly unlock the power of the data. Because you can only unlock the power of the data if you uphold the trust and privacy of the customers and the stakeholders within your organization. So I built a little timeline to show how data has risen over the last few years. So in 2010, new data was growing by 50% annually. By 2015, 90% of the world's data had been created in just the last 2 years. 4 years ago, over 2.5 quintillion bytes of data were created every single day. Just 3 years ago, 81% of enterprises were using data analytics to guide or make decisions for them. And as of this year, the estimated global data analytics market is worth a shy over $250 billion. So what are some implications of poor data ethics? Well, unethical data practices can lead to large reputational damages for organizations. A damaged reputation can make it significantly harder to hire top talent. And in most tech companies, talent is what makes organizations. Reputational damage can also have sustained financial impacts, including loss of market value and market share. And as well, most significantly, it's not a quick fix to repair this. It takes years and significant investment to rebuild trust and repair a tarnished reputation. So what happens when we misuse data and we break users' trust? It can lead to a massively reduced customer loyalty. Unethical practices can also erode internal trust, leading to low employee morale and increased disengagement and higher turnover rates. And in very extreme cases, it can mean that the brand is no longer viable. And one of the key issues as well with using data in unethical or illegal ways is it can result in severe financial penalties. This can mean that there's less opportunity to invest. It can mean it's harder to grow the businesses. It also means that the companies might have to do rounds of employee turnover reduction. And it can also open them up to civil liabilities. So for instance, just with Google, the EU fines are currently over 7 billion euros for the last 5 years, but it is only 0.5% of the turnover. But this is just Google. Microsoft, Facebook, Instagram, and many others, Amazon as well, have all had billion-dollar fines or multi-million-dollar fines. The average data breach currently costs just under $5 million globally. However, when it's healthcare data, those breaches are closer to the 10 million. So, unethical data practices can lead to large financial losses through lawsuits, customer churn, and reduced revenue. So some of these unethical practices, such as data misuse, often lead to costly class action lawsuits as well from affected customers, partners, or shareholders seeking compensation. A single incident of data misuse can severely damage a company's reputation, and data breaches often cause large operational disruptions as well, leading to lost productivity and revenue while systems are taken offline for investigation and for recovery. It's only this year that Jaguar Land Rover had to shut down for multiple weeks because of a data breach. So let's cover off what are the legal requirements before we go on to what are the ethical requirements. There must be lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. You must have a reason for doing it, and you must be open about that. You must have a limited purpose. You cannot just get a piece of data for one reason and then use it for any other purpose you see fit without consent. The data must be minimized. It must be the bare necessary needed to be able to perform that function. You must also ensure that all the data you collect is accurate. You must have limited storage, that you can't have it in multiple places and store it indefinitely. You must maintain the integrity and the confidentiality of it and ensure the data is kept to the highest of security practices. And then finally, there must be accountability. When things go wrong, the relevant authorities must be informed in a timely manner. Something that's a little bit more recent is the CCPA, the California Consumer Privacy Act, which has similar principles to GDPR, but they promote mainly transparency, consumer control, data minimization, fairness, and accountability. So how do we embrace ethical data usage? Well, first, we must implement privacy-first practices. Then we must put in data audits. And then we must empower the employees with training. And then regularly review and update those policies and those training. And it's only by doing these 4 steps that we can ensure we're operating in an ethical as well as legal manner. So how do we implement privacy-first practices? First, we have to establish internal ethics guidelines. The way I've seen this done previously is by a city committee or maybe a small couple of people panel that then comes up with a draft and shares it a little wider. You must proactively address any kind of risks. So rather than just waiting until things happen, is look for potential sources of issues and then come up with ways to address those before they happen. Have plans in place, disaster planning essentially. Empower users, give users control over their data, allow them to do with it how they wish. And then we must align any data practices so that it confirms that data practices align with the organization's ethical principles, but also the legal requirements as well in the markets that they operate in. And then as well, we must regularly review and update these practices, continuously evaluate how the data is being collected, how it's being used, and ensure that all our practices align with the evolving ethical standards. Because what was fine maybe 2-3 years ago will not be the same as what will be fine 2-3 years from now. So once we have the ethical guidelines in place, we must audit our data. We first need to audit it for integrity. Ensures the data is accurate, that is complete, and that is consistent. It's very easy to have various different databases and tables with slightly out-of-date data. So this must be checked and compared and find out what is the most up-to-date, and then that must be done consistently anywhere this data is stored. Compliance, we need to verify that the data adheres to the privacy laws and any regulations that we are affected by in the markets we operate in. Security, assess the effectiveness of the security measures in place. Is there any unsecure methods of data sharing happening? Is there any unsecure things that we can take care of? For instance, one of the key things I stress when giving access to tag management systems or analytics programs is that people have the right level of access for their needs. Everyone should not be an admin. Ethical alignment confirms that the data practices align with the organization's ethical principles, that any kind of ethical ambiguity is sorted out before the data is collected. And then essentially the goal of data audits is to identify any gaps, vulnerabilities, correct any errors, and provide assurance that data is being managed responsibly and ethically, and that everyone who is collecting data is doing all those things and is aware of it. Next, we need to empower the employees with training. You see, if we integrate data ethics from day one, it becomes a lot easier, because a key source of a lot of these breaches is individuals making decisions that don't align with company ethos. We need to make sure that the training is relevant and relatable to their roles, also tailor the training to the specific roles as well. Promote open dialogues, make sure that people can discuss when they believe ethical data usage is not happening. We also must continuously provide education. It's not a one and done kind of thing. It needs to be done at least annually. And there are certain tools that can help that, whether those are training tools or whether those are other tools that can remind users of how they're storing and using the data and sharing the data. So what are some private and public sector considerations? So in the private sector, organizations must be open and clear about their data practices, because if they lose confidence, then users will not share that data. And remember, private sector organizations don't have a right to any data. It must be voluntary and must be based upon informed and explicit consent. Organizations must also take responsibility for how they handle their data and ensure that they comply in regulatory frameworks and some ethical frameworks as well. There must be robust security measures to ensure that the data is protected from unauthorized access and misuse, because this can really damage reputations if it happens. And that data collected for one purpose should not be used for new unrelated purposes without additional explicit consent. These are key fundamentals that have to be done. Excuse me. So, what are some considerations for public sector? We have to be open about data practices and accountable for them. Ensure that the data processing is lawful, fair, and transparent. Because in a lot of instances, the data has to be given, has to be shared, so there must be a higher standard. We must implement strong security measures to protect data from breaches and unauthorized access, because of the types of data that are being handled. It is of utmost importance, which is where a tool such as Matomo, where it can be held on premise, making sure the data never leaves. We also must seek to actively minimize any bias in the data collection, because then biased decisions are being made for large sectors of the population. There must be analysis to prevent discrimination and ensure fair outcomes for all individuals. In the UK, it is law that decisions cannot be made by automated means if they have a large impact on a person's life. We must ensure individuals understand how the data is being collected, how it's being used and shared between different elements of the public sector, and we must also make sure we get their informed consent. So, to quickly summarize, what are the legal requirements for GDPR and CCPA? So the scope for GDPR is for any business that does trade or has customers, users inside the EU or the EEA. For the CCPA, it's only California residents. Global, if you're doing business within California. So what are some of the main principles for GDPR? Lawfulness, fairness, transparency, and data minimization. And for CCPA, it's transparency, consumer data rights, and opt-outs. In terms of consent for GDPR, it's required for most processing. For CCPA, no consent for collection, but opt-out for data sale. In terms of individual rights under GDPR, they are rights to access, rectification, erasure, portability, and a few others. In terms of CCPA, is the right of access, deletion, opt-out of sale, and non-discrimination. In terms of how privacy policies are used in GDPR, they must be detailed but plain language. and they must have a legal basis if required. In CCPA, they just need to be clear, comprehensive, and updated regularly. GDPR breaches must be notified to the relevant authorities within 72 hours, and CCPA, it's as soon as possible. The security and obligations under GDPR are proportional to the data risk. Whereas CCPA, it must be a reasonable measure and it's quite flexible. However, the fines is where they change. So under GDPR, for each breach, it can be 20 million or 4% of global turnover. Now, CCPA is only $7,500, but it is per violation. And each violation is a single user. If 1,000 users are involved in a data breach, you're talking about millions. So that's the legal framework. In terms of the ethical framework, the scope should be global. In terms of the main principles, we must be looking after data integrity, data security, the ethical usage of that data, and we must protect users' privacy, empower users, review and update practices and ethical guidelines, and ensure we train employees. In terms of consent, it must always be required. And individuals must have full rights to the data. The organization is just the temporary custodian of that data. The users have the right to withdraw the consent at any point. In terms of breaches of notifications, and those should be done within 24 hours, preferably. Security obligations are utmost measures may be taken, especially when dealing with sensitive data. Now, what are some of the costs in terms of unethical data usage? There are reputational damage, there's broken trust, and there's regulator penalties, as well as civil lawsuits. Essentially, it could cost you your brand, or it could cost you organizations, and in severe cases, potentially even other penalties as well. So before I end today, I just want to leave you with a final thought that while Betfair may be claiming that they have operated in a lawful manner, I think it'd be hard to make the case to say that they were operating in an ethical manner. Did they use the data fairly? Did they use it for the best their customers need, or did they use it just to enrich themselves? In the case of the gentleman and his properties, I believe that they have certainly missed the full ethical obligations, that they had their ethical data principles, frameworks in place to be able to go out and find out and intervene and suggest he was a problem gambler. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amardeep, for your presentation. We do have a couple of questions in the chat. The first one is coming from Digitalist Open Cloud, which is asking the following question. Did you look into legal frameworks for hosting Matomo? CR2 and NIS2 are coming into practice under 2026 in EU and will change requirements dramatically.
Yes, I have seen there's some changes in terms of how Matomo. I have not used it in probably about a year, so I'm not as well versed as I probably should be. But the next time I do my next Matomo installation, I will definitely be looking at again at the specific considerations. I think yes, as this talks mainly on the ethical side rather than just the pure legal frameworks. I think the legal frameworks are always a good place to start, and then we build off there. Right, so what is the basics that we must do for the legal to meet the legal requirements, and then take it a step beyond that, because then when the frameworks do change and update, you should already be ahead of the curve.
Okay. Next question that I have is more for myself. Do you know any market or countries where the legislation is really getting applied? Because from what I can see, if we take, for example, France, even though the use of web analytics with a consent management platform has to follow certain rule, the truth is that people will move until they get a proper fine, which is definitely not going to be the case for most of SMEs. And I just would like to know if some markets it's kind of easy to put pressure on the webmaster or information system owner so that they can change and adjust their consent manager according to the bad usage that they are doing of their web analytics solution.
Yeah, I think I've always found Germany to be very on it in terms of any kind of data security, data ethics. I think for that one country, it's always one I think's always way ahead of the curve. As always, seems to be very easy to get someone to make a change based upon data collection issues. So that's one I've seen, and I think as well we're seeing more and more especially from the USA, is how litigious these things are. So even if there's not a legal way to make someone to do it, as in a court of law, there is a way to do it through class action lawsuits and civil fines and other regulatory penalties as well. So those are definitely coming. It is definitely getting bigger and bigger. And while at the moment it is just the large organizations, that the smaller and medium-sized enterprises are definitely in the sights of certain civil lawsuits for sure.
Okay, thank you. I just looked in the chat and there's no question left yet. Do you have by chance any question that you could think for yourself that you wish you would have received from the audience?
Yeah, I think one of the ones when I talk about data ethics, I get quite a lot is, what are the risks? Can we quantify the risks? And I say potentially the risk could be the whole business, right? It could be literally everything. It might not be viable, especially private sector. Public sector is a little bit different, and public sector organizations don't tend to disappear, whereas private sector do. So if I was a private sector organization and I was being asked, and I was an analyst being asked what the risk is, I would say potentially it could be the whole company in terms of between the regulatory penalties, the civil penalties, the damaged reputation. I think people underestimate how bad this could get. I think that they are probably a lot more open to large data breaches than they will ever realize. As someone who's a background in computer sciences and network security, this stuff is paramount to get right, because if it doesn't, it is very easy to get wrong.
Thank you very much. There is no questions left in the chat. I just would like to say thank you, Amardeep. That was your first participation to MatomoCamp 2000 and let's say MatomoCamp in general, and that was your first presentation at the MatomoCamp 2025. And we hope that you enjoyed it, and looking forward for next edition. Hope to see you in there. If you would like as well to join us on the partner network or whatever, feel free to ping us and we will discuss.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next conference will start in 17 minutes. So 3:30, it will be by myself. The topic will be, in fact, about the partner network. So unfortunately, on the schedule, it was written Kiara Monaghan, but she could not, unfortunately, make it. And she contacted me yesterday saying that she had to cancel. So instead of having a topic, which is Matomo an ethical alternative business, We will have instead a conference by myself about the Matomo Partner Program 2025, what we've built, what we have learned, and what comes next. So looking forward to it in 15 minutes from now. Thank you. Okay, so it's currently 3:30, and we are good to go for the next conference, which, as I was explaining before, unfortunately cannot be Kieran Monaghan about his Matomo and ethical alternative, but will be instead about Matomo Partner Program 2025, what we've built, what we have learned, and what comes next. So I did my best to prepare something for today, even though it was a last-minute conference, as you can imagine. So I will do my best to make this conference, even though you will see I won't have the most beautiful slides to show you. But I'm going to do my best. So I hope that you are all seeing my presentation here. This conference is going to be a bit less than 30 minutes long. So my name is Ronan Chardonneau. I'm the Partner Program Manager at Matomo since April the 1st of 2025. In the past, or at least if we go back to edition 2024, at which I was doing a similar conference about how to develop partner program as well. I changed because last year I was CSM, so Customer Success Manager at Matomo, so as CX, customer experience. And since we now have our partner program, I'm the one who has been chosen in order to take the lead of this partner program. So about myself, I have over 15 years of experience when it comes to Matomo Analytics. I'm a full-time employee to deal with the Matomo Partner Program. I have been one of the first Matomo consultant and trainer in the world, which of course helped me already network and identify who are the potential Matomo service provider of tomorrow. You can find me in the library, as I wrote several books, so that you can find as well on Amazon, so as online courses that you can find on udemy.com or on YouTube, where I have about 500 videos. And I'm also the co-creator of MatomoCamp. So the agenda for today will be the following one. I will first explain you why we created the partner program at Matomo. How does this program works? What we already learned by listening to the first partners. What is and what are the benefits for the partners? What are the next developments that we're gonna have within the partner program, and how you can join the Matomo partner program. Feel free to go on YouTube if you want to ask questions. I guess I can easily switch. Well, I'll probably switch. Yes, you can switch over here, and I can easily see your question in the chat for later. So do not hesitate to ask any question that you have. So topic number one: why we created the Matomo Partner Program. The main idea that we have is to improve our end user satisfaction. So for you guys, what is Matomo? Matomo is before a website or a software that you download, you install on your own, and then magic, it starts to collect some data and you're making your reporting and analysis. That's the use case if, let's say, you are on your own and you are kind of techie. But if that's not the case, most of the time what is happening is like you are a company, you download Matomo, you try to install it and you are not successful. And as a result, you are looking for someone to help and support you in installing Matomo. And you want, of course, to get the best possible help so that Matomo can be exactly what you wish it to be, okay? And those needs, those requests, only you knows it, and even yourself, maybe sometimes you don't even know it. So to say you are looking for a facilitator, for someone who is gonna come to your house, come to your company, and help you in doing exactly what you expect the software to do in the broad sense. So it's not only the installation, it's also the troubleshooting, it's also training you about it. It's also doing some custom development. It's as well about hosting it wherever you want. It may be as well, in some cases, of having some pieces of advice about how you can make business out of Matomo, and many other needs that you can have. And in fact, we at Matomo, as a company, okay, so the company behind Matomo is called InnoCraft, we provide three main services. The first one that we do provide is the cloud infrastructure. So cloud infrastructure means that you get rid of all the technical installation of Matomo, and you are using our web hosting platform in order to have Matomo to work for you kind of straight away in terms of data collection. The second type of services that we are offering are in fact additional features that we can find within the marketplace over here, which can enhance the use of Matomo. So by using those features that you can see over here in blue, you can push, let's say, the limit of the software as it is by default in order to get features which are going to make something easy, which normally is kind of complex to perform with Matomo. And the third, let's say, service that we do provide at Matomo is what we call the support plans. So to say, this is supports that we provide for people who are trying to install Matomo on their own. But this service, let's say, is more suitable for, let's say, SMEs, big companies. So to say, companies who are tracking a lot of things with Matomo. So those are the three main services that Matomo is providing. But for all the other requests that people may have, we don't provide it, okay? So we don't provide support plans, let's say, for a small account. Our support plan include what you can see over here, okay? So that's about the answers to your questions by email. That's as well informing you about security release. That's about collecting your feedback. But that's not really what you may expect if you expect someone to come within your company to talk within your own language and giving you, in fact, more close to one-to-one relationship. Okay, that's the thing. So we have a lot of people knocking at our door, asking us for some services that we don't provide as a company. And the idea of the partner program is to identify on Earth everyone, every company, so every agency, every individuals who have some knowledge about Matomo so that they can be, let's say, indexed, recognized, so that we can send them those requests and that they can make our end user happy. So if someone tomorrow is knocking at the door at Matomo and saying that he or she wants to have, I don't know, in Japan, in Vietnam, in the USA, in a specific city, in Germany or whatever, a training about Matomo, the mission of the partner network is to have this partner, this resource, so that we can give this, we call it, let's say, opportunity or project to this partner so that the partner can deliver the service. So let's say the main reason why we created the partner program is really to improve our end user satisfaction. And that's, as you can imagine, that's a big thing because we as Matomo want, of course, this service to be at the maximum level in terms of quality so that our end user keep being satisfied. Another thing about why we created the partner network is that we wanted to acknowledge the work made by the community. If, for example, you just go on LinkedIn, you will see, whoops, we could have seen it for some seconds, let's say, the work of one of our partners. Well, anyway, I can take another one, let's say this one. So here we do have, so this is myself, but we do have here a partner who is in fact exhibiting the product and services of his company in person in Paris, and they need our support. They need some recognition. They need some acknowledgement for the contribution that they made to the community as developer for the different plugins that they created and that they free on the marketplace over here. That's as well, so those are all the plugins that you can see written in orange over here. This is the work of the community. That's as well the same thing when it comes to the integration that you can see on the website. This is clearly what we are looking for with the partner program, is to make those contributors shine by acknowledging their work. And as well, what we expect with this partner program is for the Matomo ecosystem to grow. So there are two things in the partner network. There's the possibility for us to send some opportunities to third-party companies which are partners. And as well on the other side is to provide and support our partners so that they can promote our product and services in order to help Matomo to grow. And you can not imagine how hard it is for Matomo sometimes, because what you have to realize is that at Matomo, we are specialized in developing the software, but we are not in the field, okay? We are not the one entering physically within the offices, within the client's offices, in order to know how they are working, which is typically what the partners are doing. So by going physically to the client, the partners are able afterward, able to, in fact, show the different plugins that we developed, the hosting that we are offering, and that it can, let's say, that they can showcase it, okay? And that's typically the use cases that our partners have are, of course, of paramount importance because they are really, really specific to each client. And that's typically what we experiment over here when we were in Paris with our partner, Boscop, is that you get some opportunities coming to the booth and they are asking for use cases that we as Matomo have never heard of. However, the agency, so to say here the partner Boscop, clearly had the use case because they already did this job for other clients. And that can be, that can take the example of a plugin, but it can be as well a dashboard which is made on the third-party services, such as, I don't know, Snowflake or Click or whatever other solution out there. It can be as well some opportunities who are asking for a full set of free software platform. So Matomo plus data visualization software, plus free software CMS, plus an emailing free software solution. So opportunities can we have very, very specific needs that Matomo cannot fulfill, but thanks to what we call the partner network, we are able to fulfill that out. How the program works. So as you can imagine, partner network by network means that this is big. So we have a lot of requests and the word partner can mean so many things to different people. So far at Matomo, we are onboarding only what I call, let's say, the Matomo experts. And in our own technical jargon, we call them full implementation partner. It's represented by companies which are providing at least 6 out of the 10 services that you can see here down below. And if the individual or the agency is providing 6 out of those 10 services, then we are assessing those potential partners in order to see if they have, of course, the Matomo philosophy, if they know enough the software. And if they do, then we will we'll give them the Matomo badge so that they can represent us. Let's say they can talk and say that they are Matomo official partners. So this is a platform that we gave them an access to on which we can assess them. We gave to our partners the possibility to have more visibility. So this is typically one of the new features that we are currently releasing, and it will go public very soon. So the idea is to release the list of all the partners that we already indexed and we already assess, so that you can easily afterward knows who is delivering what type of services, and you could clearly see the diversity of all the different way of using Matomo. So the partners over here are the one who can help you install Matomo in a specific location or in a specific country, but also partners who are able to provide you with consulting, training, partners who are as well here in order to help you to answer to a specific RFP, or who have a specialization, kind of in a B2B environment, or even on a server-side environment for tag management. And this is what it is all about. So the partner network is really about getting the right profile next to your place, so that you can as well ask to different partners in order to see as well how, humanly speaking, you would like to engage with one another. And this partner network is growing. So by the end of the year, we will have already 50 partners. And once we will have validated all those experts, then we will move to another part in order to hire other type of partner. But so far at Matomo for year 2025, we are just focusing in indexing and finding out who on earth has an expertise about Matomo, which is wide enough in order to answer to, let's say, most of the needs, as I said, 6 out of 10 that people may have. The process in order to be onboarded as a partner can take a bit less than a month. In order to make yourself known, you can just ping me, or you can go on matomo.org. And on matomo.org, you have a link in order to apply as a partner candidate. So that's what you can find over here. So if you are a client, you can just click over here and say, hey, I'm looking for a partner. Or if you're a partner, you can just click here and fill it in this form. And currently, as I said, we are only onboarding the full implementation partner. But in the near future, of course, our wish is to have a wide range of different partner types so that we can really answer to all the needs that people have when they are requesting for a partner. Another key part of our partner program is the feedback part. So the feedback part is having an account manager, so to say myself, who is here in order to collect the bug request. I mean, it's not really a bug request, but bug report, potential enhancement for Matomo, because the way Matomo worked so far when it comes to feedback was to use GitHub as a platform. And the problem with GitHub is like anyone can send a feature request or a bug request, but there's no obligation to follow a specific, let's say, template. And the problem is like the less informative the ticket is, the more difficulties it's going to be for our internal team to understand what's going on and what has been expressed. And sometimes words are not enough. So my role is to have one-to-one meeting with the partner would like to send us some feedback, so enhancement or bug report, and to write those bug reports and to collect this enhancement and to make the screen sharing and to make the video so that I can have a bigger impact and a bigger voice within the team. And in some cases, you also need to put the partner in direct contact with the developer so that you can ensure that the feature will look like the one you want. I have only 10 minutes left. So topic number 3 is about the insights from onboarding the first partner. I have to say that the Matomo Partner Program is going well so far, and that the main need that I identified from the partners to be within the program is really to know what is happening behind the scene. In fact, the main need that we identified from the partners that we have already is like they want to be special and they want to have this badge which shows to their clients that they are trustful when it comes to a Matomo project. And that clearly makes a difference because they have a direct line. So they know that whenever there is an issue, they're not just sending an email to a generic standard email, they are contacting me straight away by phone or by other network that we do have within the partner network, so that it's a straight line and that they get almost a real-time answer within the next 5 minutes, so that they can be trustful and reliable to their client. And they say, hey, I have this special contact, I know Ronan, and this is how it's working. What is the benefits for our partners is really to get their problem solved and at the top of the list, and that's super important. In fact, it goes back to the previous topic. What they want is to not directly to offer the solution to their client, because sometimes a problem takes time, but they want to have a date and they want to have been heard and they want to have the real story to tell to their client. And the problem is like, if they send the request through GitHub and that they just get a +1 as a comment or that kind of thing, they can't really come back to their client and say, okay, I don't know, I didn't get an answer from Matomo. And the idea through the partner network is to say that you are valuable partners because you are promoting Matomo for us. You are bringing us more revenue by making our products and services shining. So as a result, you deserve the best possible attention. And that's exactly what this partner program is about, to get the problem solved, to get a date so that the client and the partner feel respected, let's say, and happy. What is coming next? Topic number 5. So far, as I said, our main need was to help our end user and to make them happy by finding on Earth someone who was able to deliver them a specific attention. What we have not yet worked on is more about, let's say, how our partner can make our products and services more shining, let's say, promoting them more, which in fact relates a lot about marketing and documentation. So that's about offering to our partners the different features that we have, training them about the premium features that we developed so that they can afterward introduce them to their clients. And what we have seen on the field is that most of the time their own clients, they don't really know how to use the premium feature because they have not been trained about it. So you get the core of Matomo, but next to it, you get all the additional layer of features, and those features lack of real use case. And that's exactly where we are going for the next part of the program. And of course, to reward, okay, such as affiliate, to reward those partners according to the number of products and services that they are selling on our behalf or promoting on our behalf. How to join the Matomo Partner Program? I just show you the different link over here, so you can register your interest I'm the one who will receive them. If you have not heard about myself, probably that's because the full implementation partner value haven't been ticked, and we are receiving a lot of demands. That's the reason why sometimes it takes a bit of time for me. But if it's filled within the full implementation partner, high chances that I contact you very soon. If that's not the case, feel free to go on LinkedIn, ping me and say, hey, Ronan, you didn't answer to me, and I will do my best to onboard you. I have 5 minutes left. By the way, here is my email address if you would like to send me a message, and here is my LinkedIn identifier if you would like to contact me. I'm just having a look on YouTube to see if there's any questions. So no questions so far from the audience. Okay. Well, as a conclusion, I will say that this Matomo Partner Program has been my dream. I mean, I worked on it over the last maybe over a decade, more as an independent consultant, and right now Matomo makes it possible for me to realize this dream under the brand of Matomo. So just to let you know that if you apply for becoming a partner, I will do my best to for you to succeed, and as well to promote and make our both brands shining. And that's typically what we have done over the last months by going to a lot of events, including MatomoCamps, including the Green Tech Forum in Paris. Right now, my colleague and friend Jean-Marc Courtiade is currently with Joachim Nickel in Düsseldorf to represent Matomo, and you may have seen it. It was in room number 1 today. That we have great partners who are even taking the risk of being a speaker at MatomoCamp, whereas they are physically at an exhibition show, so to say, here in Düsseldorf. So if there's no questions left, I would like to say thank you for your time and choosing this conference. And I will now leave the floor to our new speaker. Her name is Annie Salo. The topic will be the server-side tracking without Google infrastructure, and it's going to start in 3 minutes from now. Thank you for your attention.
All right. At least I can now see my picture, my screen, and some kind of signals that my sound might be coming through. I'm not sure if I'm live yet. Good. 1 minute to go. So perfect. Thank you, Ronan. So I'm live. Hello. Let's wait a bit, just a bit, to start at the exact time. I'm Finnish, and Finns are always on time. So not a minute early, not a minute late, on time. And this will probably give a bit of pressure to also end my presentation on time. So let's see how I'll do. All right, it's actually 5 o'clock for me, but 4 o'clock for probably most of you. Greetings from Helsinki, Finland. It's a bit snowy and icy, and as you see, also very dark in here. Thank you for taking the time to be here today and participating in my presentation. The last but not least presentation before the closing session. So I hope you're not too tired yet to still focus on 30 minutes on a very, very interesting, I hope very interesting topic. So let's jump into the topic because I have some slides and demo to share with you to make sure we also end on time. So I'm gonna talk about server-side tracking and how you as a Matomo user can do that also without Google's infrastructure. This is one of the most commonly asked questions or mentioned things that people say that, oh, I didn't know that you can do server-side tracking without Google Tag Manager. So I'm here to debunk that myth today. I muted myself, but I'm back. I tried to change the slide. All right, so this is basically the agenda. I'm going to do a quick introduction on who am I and what is Tracklution. Then we're going to talk a bit about server-side tracking, even though I think everyone here is more or less analytics and tracking professional. But just to ensure that we are all on the same page on this topic, also discuss a bit who benefits from server-side tracking and why this should be an interest of yours or is. And then last but not least, I'm gonna do a demo and I'm gonna actually show you how to configure server-side tracking with using Matomo Tag Manager and Tracklution. I will be able to see the chat here as well. I try to look into it every now and then. So if you have any burning questions, feel free to write them in the chat. I try to grab them if possible, and at least at the end of the presentation, I try to end a bit earlier actually, so that we have time if there is any potential questions. Let's see if I manage to change the slide now without muting myself. All right. So my name is Anni Salo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tracklution, and Tracklution is a plug-and-play server-side tracking tool for marketing and analytics professionals. I myself have over a decade of experience in doing paid ads and conversion tracking and web analytics, and I have been managing also big ad budgets on the advertiser side in the consumer business. Why I'm doing what I'm doing now is basically because I'm obsessed with helping marketers in fixing their bad data flow so that you can use better data to scale your paid advertising confidently. And tracking issues usually come with a lot of headaches, so I also want to take that headache away. And yeah, this is why we have actually built Tracklution. The reason for me to be here today is that there is typically a reason why you're using Matomo, and one of the things might be that you cannot or you don't want to use Google's tool. So my idea today is to spread the awareness of how you can use alternative ways if you want to still do server-side tracking for your business or for your projects while using Matomo Tag Manager and without using Google's infrastructure. I guess that's all about me. I have my contact details, everything in the last slide, so then you can get in touch with me later if you have anything after this. Few words about Tracklution. So as I already said, we are a server-side tracking tool that is plug and play. So we want to take the tracking headache away and give you kind of like easy to use yet very powerful solution to do conversion tracking. We are built and hosted in the EU, so we are designed and built here in Finland and hosted in AWS in Stockholm, actually, with also configurable other locations. So basically what you get with Tracklution, you get fully transparent and privacy safe data flows and highly accurate conversion tracking that helps your marketing to perform better. Without relying on GTM. So actually quite often people think that our tool is built on top of Google Tag Manager, and that is not the case. As said, we are plug and play, and I'm gonna show it today so you don't need developers or like constant maintenance and whatever technical work related to actually run your own server-side tracking infrastructure, and of course at the same time we want to provide the privacy and transparency tools for marketers. So everything that comes into Tracklution server-side tracking is fully visible to the users, and everything that goes out to marketing platforms is fully visible, which is naturally, like, for example, one of the cornerstones of GDPR. Know what you collect, how you handle the data, and where you deliver that data. But that's like, this is not supposed to be a sales presentation, so this is just one slide about this topic, and off we go forward. On to the next topic. So just a bit about server-side to ensure that we are all on the same page with things. So I'm gonna go through what is server-side tracking, for who it is meant to, and why you should be interested in the topic. I have this visualization of kind of comparison between browser side and server side tracking, and I usually start with the browser side because this is something that most of the people are very familiar with. So and this is a dear child that has many names, whether it's browser side or client side or tracking pixels, however you want to call them. I personally like to use browser side because it gives nice contrast to server side, and I think this is very descriptive. So as you can see in this picture, basically I have a website here, whether it's e-commerce or whatever lead generation website or other website you might have, and all the tracking that happens there happens on the browser side, which means that it relies on the browser and on the user's device to let load all these things that you're trying to load during the user is using your website. And well, what are the things that we try to load? Analytics scripts, then if we do, let's say we do Google ads, we do Meta ads, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, whatever, all these platforms require, or well, maybe not 100% require, but it's very much recommended to implement the tracking pixels to your sites to actually get some power out from your marketing activities. All these pixels have to be separately implemented to the site and then loaded during the website session, meaning that there are quite many different JavaScript snippets that have to be loaded in the user's browser or like phone during they are using your websites. And oopsie, I clicked a bit too fast. And the kind of the purpose for these pixels or browser side tags is to deliver information to the ad platforms. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but I'm trying to point things with my mouse. So the idea of all these pixels is to deliver information to these ad platforms, because it's the ad platforms who are doing the magic on deciding, like, who to show your ads so that you actually can get any results out of it. I think we all, if we have been working with paid ads for multiple years, we can see definitely the trend that there are less and less opportunities for us as marketers to, handpick the clients and manually adjust things. And there is more and more power in the ad platforms, algorithms, and so to say black boxes to decide how they show the ads and who are your target audience. Which means that, well, if we all are probably somewhat technical here, so I guess we all know the basics of how algorithms work, that algorithms, for them to work, they need to have data. And basically, what is the quality of data you give to the algorithm is what you get out from the algorithm. So that's why it's super important to implement these pixels or implement some kind of conversion tracking and deliver this data back to the ad platforms that you are running campaigns in. But when we talk about browser side tracking, there are multiple issues. Like maybe 10 years ago, it was a lot simpler and easier to implement the pixels and everything works and that's it. But there is like increasing amount of different kind of issues on using the browser side tracking. Well, first of all, tracking restrictions. I think everyone who has been running ads, when was it, like 4 years ago, when iOS devices were updated with the, I don't remember what was the ITP, like intelligent tracking prevention version. At least for me, I was back then running quite big budgets in Meta ads, and almost overnight my conversion data halved because iOS devices were updated to this new tracking prevention, which basically dropped all my data, and my performance was just like going down like crazy, almost like crisis. So there is increasing amount of different like restrictions set by the devices and browsers, like privacy browsing and stuff like that are set by the users or set by the device manufacturers or OS providers and so. Then, of course, at the same time, the sessions are getting more and more complex. I think everyone here can see that, like, the purchase journeys, they are not just so simple that you just come and then you buy immediately. But there is typically like multiple visits, and you come from ads today, and then you come directly after a few days, and then you come directly after 2 weeks or by an organic result, and then the purchase happens. So it's very difficult to tie these sessions together, also related to all these tracking preventions, for example, limited cookie lifetime, which makes us that we cannot recognize returning users that easy. Of course, people are using different kind of other types of tracking preventions, like ad blockers, with an increasing rate. Depends a bit country by country what is the kind of popularity of this type of techniques. Some VPN connections are even blocking, like kind of setting ad blocker as well. Also, some antivirus softwares are actually also setting ad blockers, which then prevent these scripts to be loaded in the browser. Not to mention increased mobile usage. Mobile connections are typically a bit lower, or you're using Wi-Fi's, which are slower, meaning that if you have 15 different pixels that should be loaded in your thank you page to tell all the ad platforms that there was a sale, it's like there is simply not enough time before the client is closing or the user who just bought is closing the thank you page, which means that your ad platform will be blind and missing the sales, meaning that your algorithm is trying to find users who will buy from you, and you're missing, let's say, half of the data from the ad platforms. How the algorithm can work efficiently if it's missing, let's say, half of the data? Not to even mention the kind of black box that this is. You basically implement it, it will be executed in the user's browser. You will not know if it was successful or not, if it failed, why it failed, or what kind of data it is collecting from your website. There has been some GDPR fines, at least in Finland and Sweden, where these tracking pixels got like uncontrolled access and they were gathering more data that the company was aware of. And this is, of course, a problem from the GDPR perspective. When we talk about server-side tracking, the idea is that instead of relying on the user's browser to execute all this hassle that I just explained, the actions happening on your website are collected to server-side environment. The processing is handled on the server side, meaning that it's not like taking resources and making it slower for the user while they are using your e-com store or whatever website, because all the load is done on the server, which is running under the hood of your website. From the regulatory perspective, this is also super transparent. You have always full visibility and full control into what is being collected to your server and what is being forwarded to the ad platforms from your server. So you know what you collect, how you process the data, and what data you deliver forward. Many companies out there also have some kind of offline elements or enrichment they would like to do with this data. So not all information is always available during the website session. For example, you collect leads. The salesperson is calling the prospects and making qualification. And after that, we know if it was a good lead or not. In a browser-side environment, it is impossible to track and tell these signals back to your ad platforms. But with server-side tracking, you can keep the lead in the server and wait until it's qualified and only send signals of qualified leads forward so that the algorithms are learning with better data. This was crash course to server-side tracking. Who benefits from server-side tracking? There are multiple different viewpoints to it. First of all, companies that are seeking for better ad performance. If you run ads, but you are not delivering good data to the marketing algorithms, your marketing or ad performance is not as good what it could be with good data. I have examples of that in the next slide. Companies that are seeking for better compliance. Server-side tracking, as I also explained before, it gives you full transparency on what is being tracked, how the data is being processed, and what is being delivered forward. It gives you full control on what you want to share with third parties. If some authority is coming to ask you, okay, what are you tracking? How is your tracking works? What data you collect? You can show exactly. I collect this data. I handle it this way. I may be removing some data, whatever, enriching some data, and I deliver this data forward. So it's crystal clear. You cannot say, I didn't know. Companies that need to track things that are happening offline. So collecting leads, what happens to the leads after that? Or even like it might be fully online business, but you have a trial period or some kind of handling period. It might take 2 weeks until the sale is finished or fulfilled. And in the traditional browser side environment, it gets broken quite easily. Because, for example, cookies are limited to 7 days in iOS devices. Companies who can't use GTM, they still can use server-side tracking. So server-side tracking is not GTM. You can run server-side without Google's infrastructure as well. Just a few examples why this should be interesting for you, especially if you are running any paid ads. I have uploaded my presentation to the schedule, like the MatomoCamp page, so you can download it and revisit this and the entire presentation overall. But here are just few examples of different type of it's a bit bigger companies, a bit smaller companies, e-commerce, subscription and service businesses, and all of them have seen massive like business changing results in their paid ads after improving their data flow to their marketing algorithms. I'm going to go to the most interesting thing next. I hope you're still following how to implement server-side with Matomo Tag Manager, and I'm using Tracklution in this case. What do you need to get started? You need a website. And if your conversions happen offline, you might also want to have ability to send webhooks or send pings from that system, CRM system, or whatever backend system you use. Then you need to have Matomo Tag Manager, like just the basic setup that you probably already have in place, including the triggers and the variables you need for your tracking setup. Also, you need the Tracklution account, which I will show how it will be done. And of course, it's always good to have a little plan on what you actually want to track and what you want to achieve. I have a little demo preset here, and I'm going to walk you through on few things. How to create a server container in Tracklution, how you can configure tracking events from your website to the server container, and how from the server container you can send data to ad platforms. I'm gonna exit my presentation and go to the demo. Now I think I just need to stop sharing for a while and share again just to share the entire window. All right, I think we are back with the screen. So, in just a moment I get my demo plan so I don't forget what I'm supposed to do. All right, so basically I'm in Tracklution, and here anyone can use the platform as self-service. So if you want to do server-side tracking immediately after this, you can do it. Just go to the website and put your website address here, and you will get started. So you need to create an account, and you get the free trial, so you can just try it out, no strings attached. I have prepared a demo account. I need to see that I'm showing the right screen, but it looks good. So I have already done some preparations because I know we will be short on time. I did some preparations. I have a test site, which is called trackserverside.com. It's like imaginary e-commerce platform. Oh, I have some Matomo Tag Manager there as well. So I have made this, but basically just to make a new one, how to create server container in Tracklution. You just put your URL and create the container, which I have done here. What I want to do now is that I want to do the installation. So I have created my server container now, and I'm able to access it. Now I have some demo stuff here already because I was practicing. But after that, I want to configure the sending of events from my Matomo Tag Manager. You can just use the custom HTML. Don't get scared. It says Google Tag Manager. I think it should just be changed to Tag Manager, custom HTML. It's the same thing in Matomo Tag Manager. So what I will do, I will implement the main script and the page view script, and go to my Matomo Tag Manager. You can see I have some triggers, presets, some variables, and I will just create a new tag, which is custom HTML, and I will just put Tracklution main, and I will put the script here and load it on the head start and trigger it with page view. And you get the idea. So the same way you can implement purchase event, add to cart event, and so forth. To save time, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm just gonna put this one live and use a bit of shortcut. So this is now published and live in my test store, which is here, and we should be able to see it also when I just refresh the page, and we should see signal here. Yes, basically. So this is my own session that I just started. I'm going to use a shortcut. We have automatic data reading capabilities. So just to be able to finish the demo for you, I'm going to just implement the events here. But of course, if you want to like very closely control what you track and what are the variables and so forth, you can implement them in Tag Manager with the custom HTML. But this is like a very quick way just to enable the automatic reading from the data layer. And basically now I still have this one and this one. I don't think I need them. I'm just gonna do a little test here. So I add my products to cart and then go and do the purchase. We should be able to proceed to checkout. All right, so now I had already implemented some events and we should be able to see them here. So as you saw, page views, add to cart, and beginning the checkout. And the same way happens when I go down to the purchase and so forth. So I'm now sending events to my server container. And from here, we want to use, let's say, Meta Conversion API to send this data server side to Meta. What I will do, I need my Meta Pixel ID and access token. I will get them from Meta. I will just create access token. This is a demo account, so don't worry. Put it live and save. Meta Conversion API is activated, and the next activity that happens, we will, from this forward, send to the Meta's Conversion API. What I did before this is that I also enabled the DNS settings. So this is actually like the tracking script that is monitoring the website is loaded under my own domain in first-party context. That's about it. This was very short demo. If you have any questions on this topic or how to do it, or I forgot to mention something, let me know. I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Annie, for your presentation. I'm currently looking at the chat. I cannot see any questions yet. Do you have any questions in the meantime that you would have expect people to ask you so that we can have somehow have at least one question?
I will just quickly. So basically, server-side tracking for any kind of platform can be this easy, and also without the Google's infrastructure, like I showed. Of course, you can contact later if there is anything in your mind. But yeah, I very much recommend at least trying it out, looking into server-side tracking if you're doing any paid acquisition, because yeah, it can affect to your, or it will affect to your profitability big time. If you have any questions later, here's my email, my LinkedIn. Let me know how I did, so I can make my presentation better for the next time.
That was great. Thank you very much, Shani, for your
Thank you.
time and as well the participation through your name to the from the Traclution company. Thank you so much, and looking forward maybe for next edition at MatomoCamp 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See you later.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. So MatomoCamp 2025 is coming to an end for room 2. So I will ask to the attendees to join us in room number 1, where we have the closing ceremony right now. So I invite you to switch to room number 1, so you can go back maybe on YouTube or on matomocamp.org and then click on the link to access room number 1. Thank you.